Hell yeah, okay, I think it's working. There we go. Alright, cool. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Um, well, not that anyone's watching, but still. Uh, yeah, so, okay, I'm gonna play some anarchist adjacent games. Right now, I'm gonna start, I think, with Star Sector, but I'm also happy to talk to anyone who wants to come on. I might do a debate. I sent out a challenge on the capitalism versus socialism subreddit, so we'll see if anyone hops on there. Uh, yeah, hopefully this works out. We'll see. But yeah, Star Sector is pretty cool. There's one of the bigger mods for it, Varya's Sector, which I highly recommend, as well as Next Relin, um, have major anarcho-communist factions, which is really, really dope. Um, yeah, let me know if all this is working. I'm kind of streaming. Hopefully you can like see the overlay and chat or whatever while I'm playing the game. I don't know. I apologize for being a bit of a boomer. I'll check back periodically. You know what? I'll make a non-full screen just to be sure. Not that anyone's here, it seems. Yeah, well, that's good. That means it's low pressure, I guess. Anyway, I'm probably going to be up all night, so it doesn't matter too much if it starts out very slow. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'll close out all the me asking for help on this shit. I know there's a way to overlay chat onto whatever game you're playing. The thing is, I'm just stupid and cannot figure that out. So, it's a pretty good game. To be honest, I have been cheating like a bastard. Mostly because I'm not very good at it. Okay, I don't find the combat that hard. However, the colony management is extremely brutal, especially in the early game, it seems. I'll just keep tabbing back there to see if anyone's chatting. Sure, ghetto-esque streamer setup. I'm well aware. I'll improve eventually, probably. Someone knows better than me and is nice enough to tell me how any of the software works. I also may eventually learn on my own, but that's like not likely. All my ability for like complex thinking and reasoning and shit is just exhausted during the week by fumbling my way through grad school. But yeah, the colony management is generally very difficult. I turned on Starfarer mode, which I didn't like this thing turned it into a buff instead of a debuff, because the debuff is brutal. It was like half of what you'd normally earn from a colony. And I spent hours grinding out my enough cash to start a colony. And then I actually started, and it just drains money every month until you get an alpha core, which I did find this one legit. I didn't cheat it in or anything. But yeah, I did cheese a little to get to this point. But now that I will have the shame of not living up to my gamer status on stream, I will probably stop cheating. We'll see. Might be a lot. Current bitrate is bad. I wonder how I can fix it. Yeah, it's half the recommended one. That's not great. Whatever. Fuck it, if you want quality, you would not come to this channel, so I assume you know what you're getting into. This is on you, the viewer, really. That's how I'm gonna spin this. So yeah, I'm trying to create an anarcho-communist utopia. However, the fact of the matter is, there's still a free market here, and I can't deny mom and pop organ harvesting worker co-ops their right to a profit in this transitionary state, libertarian socialist cringe type beat. Right now, I suppose it's still market socialist. There really is not an option to go full ANCOM in this game. Although, this mod does, it has this major ANCOM faction that council lists. And they have a very drippy USSR remix, which isn't really appropriate for ANCOMs, if you ask me, given the Kronstadt rebellion and all, but whatever. Okay, not to be self-obsessed or whatever, but I want to see if this is getting any play, because sure seems like no one has even come on once, despite the fact that there are 2 likes. I don't know. Whatever. Go figure. Yeah, I want to figure out how to overlay chat in case someone ever joins the stream. Because that seems like the sort of thing a streamer ought to know how to do. On the other hand, this isn't my day job, so I'll go easy on myself. Speaking of, since I'm basically just talking to myself now, I have been having a really fun time with this gig I've been doing as I won't mention the org because I want to be able to... Oh, shit. Because I want to be able to give my hot takes freely. I want to be able to kill these bitches, but... Right. Yeah, I don't think I can take this fleet. Mine's actually decent. I just don't think I'll win without backup, so... One cool thing about the... Oh my god. Hi, cat. This guy's name is Vigo. How you been, sir? Vigo, look what you did. Distracted me. He's a very good boy, but he's a little attention hungry. Can't imagine where he gets that from. Jesus Christ, I'm burning story points here. I may distort cheating, not story points. I like being able to flee battles. Functionally, pretty much never can. That's probably the limit of my beating this game. That's when they switch games, but I've been pretty into Gears 5 lately. Okay, so there was one view, but he left. Alright, I can't say I blame. Right. What the hell was I doing? I had a plan last time I played this. Okay. I'm just gonna follow the enemy quest line. No, I think my thing was I was gonna go out. Okay, minor spoilers if you haven't played this game. No, it came out in 2013, but it's worth getting into. I'm going to search out the Remnant, which is like this super powerful, like lost technology type faction. But they're done in a really effective, kind of spooky way. It's heavily implied they're AI, I think. I don't really know the deep lore yet. But they start harassing you if you go into like these outer rim systems, and it's pretty cool. And you can actually salvage their ships. You get a specific skill point, which I just did. Automated ships redacted, which hopefully I can get a beefy fleet. Maybe actually take on some of the reactionary forces in this system. We'll see. But yeah, right. Jeez, can you tell my Adderall's wearing off? Basically, I work in this new gig as a canvasser in addition to this social work master's program that I'm a part of right now, and it's really, really cool for the most part. I enjoy talking to people all day. What's kind of lame about it is pretty obvious. It is mostly just endorsing existing candidates. generally very milquetoast Democrat ones, which I'm not personally that hyped about. They're good people, and they are often significantly better than Republican office holders who really, at this point, just want to put us into a Christo-fascist theocracy. However, well, given the fact that I'm an ANCOM, you can probably tell I don't have a lot of faith in electoralism in general, much less in a system where you really need a lot of lobbyist money to stand a chance at winning an election. So there's I find that a little cringe, but it's a gig, and I'm getting internship hours for it, and I talk to some interesting people, which is pretty cool. So I got a lot of anecdotes from that, in the chamber. If the stream used to just be me talking to myself, which, you know what, that's a good time. I'll consider this like a vlog or something. I wish there was a way to zoom out the timeline to see people popped in and out. I don't know. Maybe is this just not registering viewers over there? Because there are 3 views, but it looks like it's been at 0 the whole time. Whatever. I'm sure obsessing over this is not riveting content. Too bad. Yeah, you clicked on the stream. I don't know what to tell you. I think these are like main quests. I don't know if I'm feeling bold enough to do a main quest right now. I kind of think I just want to do the freeform exploration content that I think this game's generally best at. So I think I might want to go to Sphinx and Glasnir next. Those are good places to offload this. Maybe Cephalin, but it'll give me a lot for it, but that's actually pretty close by. Okay, so let's see, the plan is Hydrabasil and then Valhalla. Okay. Oh yeah, that is close. Yeah, maybe my faction's disingenuous about the revolution if it's selling organs on the black market. That doesn't strike me as a very mutual aid type thing to do. It's just that the format of this game kind of forces you to engage with markets, like a lot. And yeah, and you can't really supply things based on mutual aid. It's slightly a frustrating thing. Actually, that's not 100% true. Your colonies seem to provide for each other without money per se. Like internal trades within your faction don't generate currency. So there's something to that. At the same time, it's a little dubious how proud I should be of essentially just co-opting revolutionary stuff. Whatever. It is just a game after all, and this is very literally LARPing as a revolutionary, so it's not like the stakes are too high. I really gotta figure out how to overlay this. That's mostly just what's bugging me. Maybe pop out chat, perhaps? Okay. I can't do it and control my ship at the same time. There's got to be a way around this. God, I'm smarter than this, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll figure it out eventually. Anywho, what we got here? Okay, these guys need harvested organs. Maybe they were harvested willingly? Maybe this is less an inspiring tale of like revolution and more just a story of me trying to rationalize selling out. Unit price. That's less than I bought it for. That's not ideal. I think this is still more than I bought it for. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it says about my communes that they're producing a tremendous amount of harvested organs and recreational drugs. The recreational drugs part, admittedly, is kind of base. Harvested organs, though, that's, I don't know, I mean, people can give them willingly, and maybe it could reflect, like, just, like, sort of destigmatizing organ donation, which would be pretty cool. At the same time, though, no special top. Oh, that's ideal. It means it'll lower off the speed. Is that high? Yeah, high. Because in my opinion, the perks they offer, it's like just the one perk, and it's not very good. So what's the one planet I want to run on my own? Probably Zeta Ching 2, I'd say. Yeah. On the other hand, this one is the only other world in Cthulhu, and I kind of want to make that my main base because that's what Catalonia 2 is, my prick. I guess I'll give up Zeta Ching 2. Yeah, there you go. Also having governors, I suppose, isn't very anarchistic. Come to think of it, I think you can actually grant systems autonomy, which would be really cool. Anyway, I assume if you're watching, you're probably in it for the anarchistic. Oh, I got one guy. Shit. Less than a minute. New record, I think. Whatever, I'll take it. Damn, what was I saying? Right, oh yeah, anarchisty stuff. So, yeah, I mean, one relatively uplifting thing, if you guys are low on hope, which I certainly am sometimes with the resurgence of fascism and whatnot, I got some mildly good news, just anecdotally from my canvassing, which is that I really do think, this is going to sound so starry-eyed and optimistic of me, but I found that, like, genuinely, even people with relatively reactionary social views usually hold the more important egalitarian positions. And maybe this is too generous, but I think a lot of tepid neoliberals and even some conservatives, not many, but some, essentially just haven't thought through, like, the ramifications of their positions. You know what I mean? Like, their morality, you know, the very basic kindergarten morality of, like, love thy neighbor, sharing is caring, all that stuff. Okay, just to make sure I actually have sound going. I want the reason people to leave my stream is because of my poor quality and my rambling, and not because of any technical errors. Anyway, yeah, my experience is that their shitty beliefs often don't come from a fundamental, like, deeply ingrained belief in hierarchy. Like, they have beliefs in hierarchy, but they have to form, like, mental backflips to justify them. And frankly, that generally, at least when people are expressing their own views, they sound relatively reasonable. I know it's probably kind of stepping into an eye roll. But, you know, I really do, even though I don't really respect a lot of mainstream political views. Oh, geez. Oh shit, I'm out of supplies. Ah, fuck. Yeah, that'll do it. Ah, man. You know what it is I got too in the habit of feeding in supplies. Anyway. I'm going to ponder off because I got a huge bounty on my head. Oh, shit. I'll talk my way out of it, I guess. Yeah, I know. I'm not doing very good at this game right now. Maybe I'm just them distracted with talking and whatnot. Anywho, yeah, I really, frankly, I don't respect all political views. I think a lot of relatively common ones are deeply immoral if you think about it for a while. But most people don't have the time to think about it for a while, and I think that quite a lot of people's intentions are good. Now, I don't think that actually counts for much, so don't take this as me being like, oh, you know, we can all accept different political opinions and sing Kumbaya. That's certainly not what I believe, but I do think it's worth noting, like, that most people's intents aren't that malicious, which is, it's just nice to see, I guess. Oh, I have a viewer. Hi, viewer. Let me know if you want to talk. Oh, you've been binging my cup? Oh, that's awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I really want to make Kropotkin a little more accessible. That's a big goal. You got a favorite chapter? Mine's probably the one on food. I would expand on why, but I honestly just remember vaguely that I liked it a lot. That there was a lot where I was like, wow, yeah, preach, Kropotkin, you know? Also, meanwhile, I'm going to see if I can find a way to overlay the chat here, because this is very sketch. Overlay chat. Gotta... oh god, I feel like such a boomer. Yeah, anyway, I'm interested in your opinion. Also, how are you doing in general, and Friska? I've been rambling about my own life for a bit, so it'd be nice to hear about someone else's. Yeah, whatever. You know, I'll just keep alt-tabbing over to see what you have to say. Also, I'm on good terms with Hegemony, but they're also rat bastards, so no, I'm not turning on my comms. Leave me alone. I actually tried to invade their home base a while ago, but didn't go great. Yeah, I'm almost out of supplies again. Good lord. Really can't sustain this food and clothing. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So much of that stuff. Oh, that's no fun. What homework? What subject? Personally, I'm in grad school now, so all my homework is these really long academias readings. They're not all bad, though. A lot of them are basically just lefty propaganda, which is fun. There's a huge overlap between social workers and just, like, flat-out commies or anarchists, which is pretty cool. I don't want to ramble over you, but yeah, one of the first papers I had to read, like as an assignment, was one that legitimately talked about, like, essentially class warfare. It didn't use explicitly lefty terms, but it was very much about how, like, almost all of U.S. history makes a lot more sense when you consider social workers as being like this buffer class. Oh, did I just piss them off by... Oh, no! I just angered two different factions by turning off my transponder. Oh, that's really cool. I mean, that sounds dope. I'm sure it's boring, like, when it's in academia. But from my novice perspective, that sounds downright fascinating. I assume it's not all, like, Isaac Asimov, Westworld, you know, pushing limits of humanity stuff. I assume it's, like, programming, maybe? I don't know. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on it. Can't believe they just declared war on me over turning my transponder off. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. In-game audio. Is it really loud? I can barely hear it. Keep the battle size high. I might also, maybe I should turn down my mic too. I think it was pretty loud. Yeah, here. Turn this down a bit, perhaps. This down a little. Yeah. Hopefully that's better. Let me know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. None of this is to say I actually recommend social work grad school. I think it's broadly a pain in the ass, but some of the readings are fun. Mm, nah, boring matrix and kinematic stuff. Oh, I know just enough about physics. Is kinematics like it's like those four Newtonian equations, right? Um, and like force diagrams, right? It's been a long time since I did physics, but yeah, that sounds pretty boring. uh, yeah, it sounds like the work it lets you do. Oh, of course, yeah. It sounds like the work it lets you do is pretty cool, though. Um, oh, okay. Answer me this, and maybe this is like pop science type stuff, but is there a robot fighting club? Like, do you guys do that? Um, I've seen that like in, I don't know, on the Discovery Channel and stuff, and it seems very dope. I imagine it's also kind of piss easy in terms of robotics. Like maybe it's just novice stuff. I'm cheating in supplies. I don't care. I hope no one from the capitalism v socialism thing comes in and sees that I'm struggling for material resources. They'll use that as a gotcha. I bet. Oh man. Yeah. So curious about the robot fight clubs. I'm basically planning on staying up all night. Mm, hopefully, I can be a nice noise in the background. Uh, I know I tend to enjoy that with when I'm doing work I don't really want to be doing. Oh yeah, I found this data. I think this is essentially the main quest of the game. So spoilers if you're planning on playing it. Am I any specifically now? Oh, oh, that sounds dope. Hell yeah. VEX competition. I don't know what that is. You know what? Never a bad time for learning. VEX robotics. Ah, robotics centers for elementary. Oh, I think my little brother was involved in that for a while. That's cool. Um, uh, oh yeah, actually I've read this before. I think I've reset my save for reasons. My home world got captured. Um, yeah, the gist of it is there's a lot of academies, like internal drama with this academy. Um, this guy talks on and on about his coworkers, um, which, by the by, kind of an interesting thing is I've been reading about recently is uh, I think it's called A Short History of the Earth, A Short History of Nearly the Entire Earth, or something along those lines. It's a really good book. It's about like the history of science and scientists for being like bearded old white dudes or catty uh, vixens. They go at it. They have like whole decades long diss tracks about each other. It's wild. Okay, yeah, I think basically you work your way up with the academy, and you. I'm just legit. I don't know. I'm just guessing that you uncover some sort of cosmic horror. Could be wrong. Yeah, I got 10,000 credits from that, and while I am trying to be a revolutionary, being a leftist also helps open source software. Yeah, fair enough. well, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, feel free to watch the replay if you like, and yeah, good luck with your homework. And nice talking to you. But yeah, also open source rocks. I will never forgive Bill Gates for what he did to the open source industry. People act like he's a good billionaire, punk ass nerd, and not punk in a good way. You know, maybe I shouldn't be using punk as an insult. I do value punk. Dr. Fatima has a really great comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. Dr. Fatima. Yeah, I always need new YouTube videos to put on as background noise during like commutes and runs and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if that's a habit I should be proud of per se. On the one hand, it feels like I'm absorbing information all the time, which feels like self-improvement. On the other, it feels like I'm just letting, you know, our like fucking digital corporate overlords just control every waking thought that I have. You know what I mean? Like I'm sort of just giving into the algorithm. Yeah, but regardless of the I don't know, the being fucking psyoped into buying Cheetos or whatever by Google. Um, I need new YouTube videos to listen to. I hope this is like coherent. By the way, my Adderall's fucking wearing off from the workday, so I could be going in 1,000 directions at once, and I wouldn't really notice. But yeah, I don't know. Thanks for stopping by. Leave if you want, but I'm going to keep tabbing back just to see if you have anything else to say. Yeah, you know, I will absolutely keep talking to myself if there's no one here. So don't worry about the quality of it if you're going to come back later. One kind of cool thing about this game is that it has a very realistically low amount of like even remotely habitable planets. So ones with even like a native biosphere is super duper rare, which I think is cool. That's a theme I like. That's I guess common in hard sci-fi because it's just a fact that Goldilocks zone planets are very very rare. But it really like thematically, I think it hammers home that we're fucking up by destroying the one planet that we know that can harbor animal life, you know? Which I guess is kind of a grim message, but it's true, and I think the more people care about it, the better, you know? Fuck, the Gemini's pissing me off. I'm gonna curb stomp this patrol fleet out of irritation, really. And to flex my ships, mostly. I gotta get some exercise. I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess also my second in command can use experience. I probably should stop lugging around these elite carriers because I can't functionally use all of them in a fight. I'm just costing a lot of fuel. Maybe that's why I keep running out of supplies. Anyway, if you're still here, that is. I can't really check. Is there any other lefty stuff you feel like talking about, or even just non-lefty stuff? Off the top of my head, one thing I think that's kind of cool that's happened lately is the rail workers like strike. I know they haven't actually gone on strike. I think it's like it actually got to the White House. It was so critical. And then the deal they left the White House with, workers weren't really happy with. So it's like slight general strike vibes. Like I feel like if the rail system went down, that would be a pretty big deal. I don't know. On the other hand, I don't know that the rail workers union is radical enough to make, well, radical demands. I don't know. Probably a good sign either way, though. Oh, yeah, everyone just retreated. That kind of makes sense, but at least they got one of their bigger ships. Maybe I should just sell the big carriers? Shit. It's not like I'm ever really going to use them. I'm not going to sell them to the hegemony. Hegemony can go fuck themselves. Independents are less objectionable. Hegemony patrol with allies. Oh, okay, so the Star Fortress is getting in on this. You know what? Yeah. Let's go for a real fight. Sure. I don't know if there's anyone still watching. Oh, look, 2 people. I'm famous now. I'm gonna let it get to my head. Thanks for command. Alright. Spawning the big boys. Maybe an elite cruiser, a carrier, and then a couple of these missile guys. This is a really good game, by the way, if anyone's looking for something to do with their free time. I highly recommend Star Sector. Very, very good. And very, very cheap, too. It's like 15 bucks, I think, still. Feels like getting in on the ground floor of Minecraft. Back in middle school. Same vibe. Just in like what a big sandbox it is and how big the mod scene is and kind of what an absurd deal it is, just given the fact that it's like early in development, but not in that bullshit early access cash grab type way. Oh, still here, still stuck with homework. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me about the U.S. being like a hellhole. Oh my god. Like, I seriously just even the idea of like not living to work is like kind of controversial amongst older generations here. Yeah, don't get me started. That being said, like, you know, it's hard to complain too much. We're beneficiaries of a lot of the sort of imperialist parts of capitalism in a lot of ways, you know, so in many ways, a lot of the rest of the world is suffering because of the U.S., so it just seems a little messed up to complain too harshly, but yeah, a lot of the working class folks are very, very brainwashed. Part of it I want to blame on the Red Scare. Part of it I want to blame on just like, frankly, just like a specific subsect of like middle class white baby boomers who have like dominated U.S. and therefore a lot of the world's culture for a while, and who are just very entitled jerks. It's maybe a little reductive to say that, blah, 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 you know, their material conditions largely led to their political opinions, and all that is true. It's just that, you know, doing this canvassing work that I've been doing, you know, I talk to a lot of folks, and it's just, there's a certain subsect of middle-class American white boomers who are just so obscenely out of touch, and it feels like they created so much of this, like, I don't know, just brown-nosing, not to be gross, but brown-nosing, like, bootlicking type culture that America has going on. Very frustrating. Anyway, yeah, don't get me started. I have a lot to say about it. How's the rest of my fleet doing? I might just switch to another one. I hate to admit it, but I have been perhaps relying on cheats, I'm starting to realize. I rarely use cheats that are like just, you know, God mode or whatever, but like, stuff that like reduces cooldowns and whatnot, and makes it so I don't have to worry about constantly finding a station to fill up on supplies. Makes this game a lot more playable for me. You know. Otherwise, it ends up just being a lot of save scumming, frankly. Which is surely not how the game's meant to be played. Like you're supposed to. I think the way these like oh shit. Wow, I'm really not doing well. I'm considering rage quitting. Shit. Yeah, fuck it. It's okay. I have other anarchisty themed games. Oh, also, this lad's name is Vigo. He's the fluffiest boy in town, perhaps even the state. And he's a very good boy. Got me playing some more RimWorld, because there's a new expansion coming. My friends competing to trek up to the U.S. for studies, Southeast Asian. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the U.S., from what I've heard, like is kind of where people go just to get a good education, because like degrees from the U.S. kind of have prestige elsewhere, um, which is surreal for me to see, considering how bad our like public education system is. But I can definitely see how people would be attracted to like the college system because, well, it's expensive, and for the 1%, like the ruling class of this country, this is like the richest country in the world. So I do see why people would end up coming here. It's just, uh, for most Americans, education is relatively bad, um, at least compared to like peers and GDP or whatever. Um, okay, so I have some aggressively ANCOM themed games here. Democracy 4 is kind of fun, although it's inherently a little statist. Well, quite statist. I did a villain run here, in case you can't see. Um, but there are mods that let you essentially encourage general strike, which is fun. Democratic socialism is a little moderate for me, but it's a the real male fantasy. But yeah, I kind of can't imagine wanting to come to the U.S. I just I'm a Jewish dude, you know. I the resurgence of fascism is, I think, understandably a little alarming for a lot of folks, and I get it being sort of like economic opportunity and good for education and stuff. I just, damn, if I could choose where I was born, I would not choose here. Um, yeah, for me, my personal favorite would be like New Zealand. Not my favorite like ideologically, but just it seems like the nicest place to live right now for my tastes. But yeah, if I had less to lose, if I had less investment in the rat race here, I'd probably go to Chiapas or AANES. You know, true, true. Yeah, um, yeah. Most of our tax dollars does not go to education. Yeah, no, it goes to reducing poor folks in other parts of the world into skeletons, and to make sure mom and pop private military companies stay in business. So you know, we're really helping the little guy over here. Yeah, it's so frustrating. Like, you know, you want to get excited to vote for like the lesser of two evils here in the US, but neither of them neither side really wants to fundamentally change things. The only thing I'll give the current administration, the Biden guys, is that I do think it is cool they pulled out of Afghanistan. I don't think it makes up for all the damage we did, and if you ask me, we probably should be paying reparations, but you know, it's something. It's at least de-escalating active imperialism, which is it's a step in the right direction, I suppose. Ooh, Phoenix Point is fun. This is a game not a lot of folks have played, at least from what I've seen. And it has a really cool anarcho-syndicalist faction, which, granted, me getting all excited about this is very literally LARPy, but whatever. We all gotta relax somehow. Um, I might just put this off to the side and then like make the window smaller. It might look bad, but I might do it anyway until I figure out how to make it transparent. That's true. Trump was very funny. I'll give him that. Um, the rise of Christofascism in the U.S. is sad and alarming. However, fascists are hilariously clownish, and that counts for a lot. Um, so win some, you lose some. Yeah, I don't know. I Did you hear about the January 6th hearing? Apparently, he had like a temper tantrum and tried to grab the wheel of like not Air Force One, whatever the president's official limousine, and to go to the Capitol on January 6th. And then he also got a special McDonald's order because he regularly eats McDonald's, specifically chicken nuggies. And he had a whole fit where he like threw the sauce packets and the nuggets against the wall. It just like was utterly he left the dining room in a mess in response to like his fascist coup not working. I don't know. I just find that kind of funny. Him having like a toddler brain temper tantrum um, at his attempt to murder his political rivals failing. Like, you know, you got to see the silver lining, I guess.
History,
I find that amusing. Okay. Oh, that's another cool thing about this game. It's all explicitly due to climate change, the whole apocalypse, which is very vague. Um, okay. So hopefully I was in a good place in this game. It's been a little while since I played it. It's a lot like XCOM. Oh yeah, that's very true. It is hard to tell nowadays. I feel bad for satire writers. But in fact, I actually have been trying to write satire myself, and it legitimately is hard to write around ideas that Elon Musk has not just put forward unironically. You know what I mean? Okay, so I'm gonna give you a sneak preview here of a creative project I will probably never finish, but um, I'm trying to write this little sci-fi short story verse thing, maybe RPG setting, we'll see, called Man-Made Horrors Beyond Monetization, where the gist is it's like imperialism, but it's in space. I swear I came up with it before I saw the eclipse, but it's kind of like that. Still meaningfully distinct in that they're a lot more like genetic monstrosities. Um, like, for instance, I think if capitalists well and truly had no force to balance them out, no labor, no government, no nothing, um, I think they absolutely would develop essentially brains in jars whose entire existences would be Excel spreadsheets. And if they're bad and miss a calculation, the company actually gets taxed in a given fiscal quarter. They would go in a pain cube that would just damage the part of the brain that perceives time. So, like as a result, they would just perceive thousands of years of torment within seconds. Um, I realistically, genuinely think that's probably what capitalists would do if they could. And it's a whole setting sort of based on that. Like, it is supposed to be satire on some level. It's just every time I think I have a banger, like disturbing but funny idea, Elon Musk tweets it out unironically. Like with Neuralink. Oh, hey Wobble Man. Yeah, you've been to other of my streams. Have you been? And yeah, he's doing good. My boy Vigo. He's deciding to relax off camera right now, but yeah, he's a very good boy. Playing Phoenix Point, game with a cool anarcho-syndicalist faction I'm trying to cozy up to. And I'm just generally probably staying up all night. We'll see. I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. Gonna make this a little smaller so I can actually see the bottom, because that's pretty important. There we go. Okay. Alright, this works. A little ratchet, but it'll be okay. Yeah, anyway, hope you're doing good. I'm also talking to this other person named Ann Friska, who's into robotics. Something that I think is really cool about doing the streaming stuff, even though I've done it very rarely and infrequently, is, ooh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is the anarcho-syndicalist faction. Is that you meet people from all over the world, and that's just awesome. I honestly would probably never have contact with someone like who is currently living in Southeast Asia. Although I do have a few friends who used to live there. It's just, I don't know, you really feel the connection of the internet in a way you don't always in day-to-day life. Abilities cost a maximum and an action point during you'll be dazed. Huh. So what moves would that encourage? I feel like this doesn't synergize well with the actual Berserker moves. Plus 3 strength is definitely using melee attacks. Oh wait, no, I don't want to use Phoenix XP. Yeah, maybe give him sneak attack and put off leveling up stats until he gets more skill points. That seems good. These guys are Berserkers. They're from this faction that worships the virus, Disciples of Anu. They're pretty cool, but obviously Cindrion is Bay. As you know, I have a very high faction rep with them. I stand them. And you can basically make your forces like entirely composed of their guys. They have this special class you can only unlock by allying with them called the Infiltrator, and it's very cool. They got these spider drone bombs and electric crossbows, which is very metal. So yeah, I recommend the game. Also for the LARPy flavor of maybe one day building a better world after climate apocalypse. There's 2 rises in village and right of hope. Beyond the problems present, believe in a bright future. Citizens want to behave, enchanting perfection is possible. Praising the exalted, the first human being to approach set of perfection. Certain precision, that's nice. Alright. Yeah, I like how they humanize even some of the weirder factions. Except New Jericho. New Jericho is a little too real. It's like corporatist. It's run by one guy who gives me strong Elon Musk vibes. You know, it's fun that they humanize the Disciples of Anu because they seem fantastical. The corporatists of New Jericho just feel a little too real to me personally. Oh, I should make sure I'm using both my fleets at once. It gets a little tricky to juggle that. Oh right, I was also supposed to sabotage a New Jericho facility. Aha, factory. Okay. That must have been what I was planning to do when I saved it. Okay. Yeah, fuck New Jericho. They can slobber a big old floppy penis, if you ask me. The only thing is, though, is they have really good armor, so I probably should bring more snipers. Fuck it. If I fail, I fail. It'll be interesting, regardless. Maybe I could do the angry gamer thing and have my alternate ego come in and, I don't know, do an AVGN, you know what I mean. Man. By the way, I'm curious how you're doing, well, man. I hope you're doing well. I also hope the homework's going well, Aunt Friska. I can get kind of caught up in my own train of thoughts. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about y'all, but the internet, especially just being on camera, makes me very, I don't want to say self-conscious because I actually kind of like the spotlight, but like mm, over analytical, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, is it an expectation or just like me thinking about how I come across, on screen? Um, I don't know if y'all have done acting. But I love acting, and it's a similar vibe I get, which I guess makes sense. Um, to where like most of your mind is sort of just focused on what you're saying, what you're thinking, but there's like just when you're being watched, especially by like multiple people, like who you can't see back, it I don't know, it trips some sort of I'm not even gonna say stage fright because like I said, I'm pretty comfortable with this. It's an odd feeling. Maybe I'll stop trying to describe it if I'm gonna do so poorly. Uh, this is gonna bother me if I can't figure out a way to express it. I'll think about it as I figure out what shots to take here. Uh, I guess it's like a metacognition. It's sort of like it's trying to think about what other people are thinking about. Um, I don't know if this is of interest to anyone else, but I find it interesting. So I will
Just give the word.
continue rambling on unless anyone really wants me to stop. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. I think because it's a uniquely human thing, the ability to project yourself into someone else. Um, not like astral projecting, obviously, but like being able to mentalize, being able to imagine what someone else may be thinking is, I think, entirely unique to humans. I could be wrong, but I think that is one of the few weird like socialization traits that we do uniquely well. Ah, shit, I can't. I
Here
don't
I
think I
am.
can reach
Let's do this.
anyone shootable. Oh wait, I think if I use quick aim, I'll be able to shoot. The trick is to definitely knock out as many people in the
Acquiring
first
target.
turn as you can. It can very quickly spiral out of control if you leave
Gotcha.
even a couple of guys alive. Kind of like XCOM that way, where like um, there are definitely disaster spirals,
Let's do this.
which I depends on my mood, but I often do enjoy riding out and without saving. But that's always definitely a
Problem
temptation.
solved.
Um, oh, someone left. Rip me. Well, whoever's still here, I still enjoy your company. Also, you don't really have to comment. I'm kind of just going on my own thing here. Mm, bah, bah, bah. Man, maybe streaming isn't for me if I get this easily distracted. Well, the streamer I'm watching is having fun. The vibe will seep through the. Ah, you know what? That's a good point. I generally do enjoy this. Yeah. Uh, you know what? That's a good point. I need to focus on the vibes, and I mostly do have positive vibes to share today. I
I'm on Overwatch.
I don't know. Like I said, I've been enjoying this gig, so it makes up for a lot of things in life. Although, I think it is lame how much people define themselves by their jobs. I know I'm very brave, stunning and brave anti-capitalist take. Um, but yeah, eh, it's not my whole life, obviously. I also have a D&D game I'm pretty excited about, which is very niche, but I enjoy it. Um, I got one going on where my character is a hyper-capitalist dude bro named Chet Bretson, which is a lot of fun. And he has daddy issues, and his whole shtick is he's a paladin, but only because like his nobleman family pressured him into it, and uh, he's an utter uh, lawful evil, absolute monster. But he is sympathetic in that there are very clear like toxic forces around him that pushed him into it. Um, yeah, let's see what did he do. He evicted some ghost children who were just trying to find eternal rest. Um, he uh, keggled a broomstick to splinters as a frat bro type prank, but also like a weird like closeted homosexuality thing. He's very in denial about most aspects of himself. Um, yeah, he's a really fun role to play. So I'm enjoying that a whole lot. Uh,
Let's do this.
and there's a secondary character who's like in this Game of Thrones type setting, who's like a nobleman hostage from a previous war, who's trying to start a class war, which is a lot of fun too. Oh, shit. Where I left off with that guy was he was essentially picked as the guy for the plot hook. Where if you play a lot of tabletop role playing games, you'll know there's like the DM kind of has these plot hooks, right? Like these calls to adventure, and it's considered bad form usually to ignore them, right? Because the DM's trying to tell a good story. And random job, various characters. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think he has actually quoted Atlas Shrugged before. Yeah. Um, who is John Galt? Me. I is John Galt. That sort of thing. Yeah, he's a hoot. Um,
Moving to position.
and yes, absolutely paging Dr. Freud. That's definitely his character. My cat knocked something over. What'd you do? You rapscallion. Um, yeah, the other character's pretty cool too. Although he became like increasingly clownish after this plot hook, which I don't blame the DM for, but I was going for a different vibe, but whatever. Improv is part of the fun. Um, where the gist of what happened is like this Feywild type, like frog spirit ghost with a thick Scottish accent began talking to my character and only my character, and no one else could see him. And so I ended up looking like a complete nutcase. And I was trying to arrange a sex workers union, local brothel. And it was actually going pretty well up until then, because I looked like I was talking to myself. They thought I had the vapors or um, bulimic humor or whatever they believed in the Middle Ages with Galenic medicine or whatever the hell. Um,
No rest
yeah,
for the weary.
yeah, it was a bit of a slight disappointment, but I'm still
Focus.
looking forward to the next adventure. So that was fun. Oh, also of note is I don't know. I want to congratulate myself for having a diverse and cool, uh, radical queer friend group, and that the DM, no, not DM, like lead character pretty much in that game is a really cool trans girl who I met through this social work program. And it's awesome. And then they're like getting through their transition, and it's, I don't know. I'm really happy for them, and it's dope. That being said, and not to slander them, they are kind of an ANCAP themselves. Like the Chet Bretson character is like, have to like kind of try to push them to my leftist viewpoint by gently parodying their Ayn Rand view of the world, because I think it's still. However, they're an awesome person in every other way, so you win some, you lose some. Also, they're like willing to talk about it. They don't have that arrogance that a lot of like right-wing U.S. libertarians have. So I'm cool with them. Cynthia, I think you're. Oh my shit, maybe I should. I'll say that's the RPG name. You'll never know. Frankly, you'll probably not be able to track me down. I'm a fairly generic-looking white guy. Not that that's a challenge for any neo-Nazis I piss off in the future. Oh god. Maybe I'll scrub this from the internet. We'll see. Yeah. Man. Come on. Get the thing. There you go. A lot of this game is kind of just bouncing around randomly, trying to find the optimal grenade placement. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I've been kind of leaning towards redemption. But there are parts of his character that are kind of irredeemable. And a little, like, I only go there because I know this friends group's, like, limits. Where, like, there's some stuff he's done and said that I would almost consider beyond the pale. Like some, like, frat house consent, like, what's consent, dude? Jokes. Which, this friend group is okay with. They've made edgier jokes, but I don't know if I feel comfortable redeeming him after that. On the other hand, it is clear a lot of the reason why he is the way he is very specifically due to his, like, power-hungry, like, father figure. So, who knows? People can change. I'll tell you what, though, he'd have to do some major restorative justice. Just for kegeling that in front of those ghost children, that is deeply inappropriate. And I don't think he's capable of recognizing that, because he's deep in the throes of a substance addiction that he really just sort of frames as like, oh, bro, it's just, college, you know what I mean? I shouldn't make fun. Alcoholism is serious. I have such mixed memories of undergrad with like a lot of people encouraging each other to get deeper into alcoholism because it was kind of the norm. And then they don't get out of it after college, because of course you don't. It's a substance use thing. Flash. Yeah, that is a good point. Something dialectics. There's something there. What am I gonna do with this feller? I'm gonna move him ahead a little aggressively, put out a decoy, and then shoot that. Functionally, this is worth like 3 healing kits in my opinion. That means just obsessed over it. What should I shoot? Probably a structure, right? I can't really shoot the guy, so. Yeah, I do think there is good in Chadson. However, he will have to get over his psychosexual baggage first. Maybe he just needs therapy. I wonder if my DM would write that in. Yeah, very cool friend group on the whole. I kind of just stumbled back asswards into it. Like my friends after college kind of, in undergrad kind of drifted apart. You're living into this really awesome, like friend group she's had since high school, and it's awesome. Like yeah, I don't know. I'm very grateful. Because man, like,
Right there.
and maybe this is too real, but making friends kind of gets harder as you get older. It feels like sometimes. Um, apart from maybe the period of my life where I was homeschooled, I've always considered myself kind of a pretty sociable person, and so it's kind of a bummer that like there aren't a lot of third spaces outside of work and academia, that everyone goes to just hang out. It becomes rarer and rarer, I think, as like
Smells like trouble.
time goes on. I don't know.
I need an angle.
Enough with my depressing, the fucking 25-year-old boomer spiel. Yeah, the point is, I'm glad to have a friend group now. I don't know if you can relate to this, but I definitely can sometimes like just essentially because it's my day job, perseverate on like the negative, you know, like in my case, both
Stay behind.
doing micro work like therapy or addiction counsel or foster cares. It's heavy stuff, and it often involves focusing on the negative so you can help people heal. It's very tempting to apply that to day-to-day life and just fall into that thought pattern. But the truth of the matter is there are a lot of things to celebrate, in life. And so it's kind of lame to perseverate on just the negative. Which, look, my brain's working very slowly right now. I am trying to parse this tactical situation. So I realize it took me like around 3 times as long as I'd like to get out that relatively pat statement. But I think there's merit to it. I stand by it. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about with the fucking ridiculous body armor. This pistol isn't even really going to dent it, I don't think. I guess I'll just shoot the into the sky. Freaking hang out with him anymore. Yeah, it's really rough. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry. It's hard to even watch someone go through that, let alone experience it. I don't know if this is TMI, but I've had a little bit of experience with addiction myself. I'm pretty much doing better now. And back when I was a teenager, especially, emotional traumas, shit. Not fun, not good. But yeah, I don't know, just as I've, I guess, been exposed to more of the real world, I've definitely run into like a lot of people with some substance issue or other. And if you include stuff like internet and gaming addiction, which, are obviously not as heavy, but I think probably still should count, then man, like a lot of people are troubled that way. And it's just a bummer, I I could either turn this into a meme with how pat it is, how it cycles back to the same set of tropes that I tend to fall back to. Like, yeah, we really live in a society. Or I could be real here and be like, it's fucked up that in a civilization that is nearly post-scarcity, that produces more food than anyone needs, that could easily support a lot of 30 or even 20-hour work weeks, so many people are so miserable that they just want to block out the entire sensation of existence. That's common, and it feels like it is. I don't know. Maybe it could just be my group of social worker friends who are like, to be real, pretty depressing fields, But the stats I've read on it do suggest that essentially both depression is increasing just globally, and also
Steady.
like most definitely for folks in vulnerable positions, like people struggling with substance addiction or who work in wage jobs or all that shit. You know, I don't know. I think there's something to be said about it getting worse as wages get worse,
Moving.
as rent gets higher. You know.
Aiming.
But anyway, like I said about not just getting fucking depressed, I I do think there's stuff to celebrate. Like, um, uh, I, well, for one, I think people are getting more and more sick of things as they are, which is a weird thing to celebrate. Yeah. Also, the pandemic. That's a very good point. I mean, it's hard to live an emotionally like well balanced, fulfilling life if you're stuck inside 24/7. You got the stress of not wanting to catch it. Um, protect maybe immunocompromised relatives or whatever. It's a lot. Um, no lie. Uh, I think, in fact, I read a study. No, I'll look it up. It was like 9 in 10 Americans said that they're not happy. 9 in 10 Americans not, and there was a huge amount of them were very unhappy. And the conclusion was like Americans are the unhappiest they've been in like several decades. It did come out um, partway through the pandemic, I believe. 3%. Well, that's lower. I think it was 2020. In all caps. Yes, I'm screaming this. I'm not asking happy about the nation. Maybe happiness. Miss 2020. Oh, here it was, I think. Yeah, 5 decade low. Yeah, 14% saying they're very happy. And maybe this wasn't one. I could have sworn it was like, oh yeah, 90% satisfied with personal life. Huh, okay. Hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. That would be nice. It would be nice for me to be wrong. Um, however, I could have sworn I saw an article with 90%. Whatever, this probably isn't what you guys came here to watch. Me fumbling over Google search results, but whatever. Yeah, point is, I do think there is reason to believe that it's a widespread thing and not just me projecting. Frankly, even if it weren't, I think even me alone experiencing this shit is enough reason to change the system. I might not always have 100% confidence in myself, but I do believe that I deserve not to be made actively unhappy by the society I live in. And as is, it kind of does feel like that's often the case, you know? Often kind of a bit of a cop out to whatever blame society in this vague, broad way, but I think it's true. I really do. I forget, does acid chew through armor? It's been a while since I played this game.
I just need the right angle.
Oh shit! Shot my own guys. Oops. Sorry. Um, structure damage 76. Where are the rest of the structures then? There are clearly other structures nearby. Vico, oh my god, he's just flopping around. Bobby boy. But yeah, I do think the upshot of all this is that if the misery becomes widespread enough, it weirdly becomes a positive. Um, because frankly, it often takes a lot of fair amount of suffering to create the unrest that it takes to actually improve things. Like, I mean, look at Black Lives Matter, right? During the pandemic, period that was rough for a lot of folks, and yet we had the biggest civil rights movement in like recent history. It's pretty dope. I really should have shot that first, huh? I'm supposed to be the guy. Anyway. But yeah, there's cool stuff too. Mostly in the fact that I think there is a non-zero chance of revolution in a decade, but you gotta take your happiness where you can get it, right? Mm. I have two consistent viewers? You're too good to me. Too good to me, you two. Yeah, it's a little thing.
I suppose we should have known that trying to find a solution to the Pandora virus would come at a
I'm
cost, but did it have to be like this? Recently, several prominent Synedrian scientists have gone missing. We thought they had been kidnapped, but we have just uncovered proof that they've been victims of the Typhon Brigade, a paramilitary organization associated with New Jericho. No, let's speak clearly. A death squad.
Sadly realistic.
Our people are dead.
Oh, the Coca-Cola
All
death
of them.
squad.
Executed for betraying the cause
Cringe.
of pure humanity.
I hate corporate death squads so much.
They thought we were weak because we don't subscribe to their beliefs, because we don't think everything can be solved by owning or killing. They thought we were going to surrender the human cause, and they thought we wouldn't defend ourselves, wouldn't use violence if necessary. Let's show them the depth of their era.
Fuck yeah, Citizens Jara. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. We've been working together so well, I thought I'd send over a little gift.
Alright.
Just some new tech we've been working on here in the lab. New multimode fibers, quantum capacitors, self-sealing stem bolts, that sort of thing. Does that sound good?
Yeah. That's a tricky one, Friska. I don't think there's any one answer. I think it depends a lot, like on who specifically you're talking to. That being said, I mean, I do have a fair amount of experience now, essentially broaching like, hey, you want to get into radical politics, to like just random people. And I don't know. I think, if you want my opinion, that a lot of it sort of just comes down to not using the scary words. Like I mentioned before, that essentially a lot of what pushes people away from leftism is very, very directly tied to
excellent.
Yeah,
honestly, I'm
New
just
Jericho.
excited to share this stuff. I spent so much time in the lab,
Whatever,
it all
mutual
becomes
aid.
very abstract, Just incrementing numbers.
Sorry,
Forgetting that there are real people out there whose lives are affected by the technologies we develop.
I'm hanging off of every word
The simple ones.
of one of these talking heads of
Anyway,
Syndrome because
I'll let you get back to saving the world.
Yes, thank you. I just love them so much. Okay, right. Yeah, I think a lot of what draws people away from leftism is the fact that just specifically the sets of rhetoric around it that they've been taught to fear by Red Scare stuff. And just the fact that it sounds extreme and there are associations with it, partially because of like what we traditionally consider Red Scare, partially like the cultural after effects of Red Scare, where it's like you portray revolution as being an inherently extremely violent thing, where in a fair amount of cases it's less violent than the status quo. It just sets people off when you talk about a lot of lefty stuff, because it makes you think essentially like you're asking them to take up an AK and fight the cops. That would be based, but that's like a farther down the line type thing. And also, it's not my favorite solution. I would rather no one have to die. And for the record, I think generally, like, lefty movements only tend to come into conflict with police when police crack down on them. So it's arguably self-defense at that point, but I digress. I'm not going to pull a Malcolm X. I don't want to get shot, by calling it self-defense. It's a shame. I feel like I do kind of have to watch what I say because the U.S. does have a nasty habit of straight up murking labor leaders. Not that I'm at that point yet. I don't think I have enough influence for that to be a concern. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is I think a lot of it comes down to rhetoric and presentation. I have a lot of success just talking to people about like the end goal of leftist, egalitarian, that sort of thing. Almost everyone wants to make more money at their job. Almost everyone wants to have more of a say at their job. A lot of people sort of resent their bosses. And you also think that like politics is sort of a rigged game by the rich. A lot of the core sentiments of class consciousness are already there. And I feel like mostly what you got to do in bringing someone left is just warm them up to the methods of leftism, like collective action, labor unions, tenant unions, mutual aid, affinity groups, all that stuff. I think it's just about bringing them onto that gently and slowly and presenting it in language that they already like, if that makes any sense. I don't want to ramble on too much about it, but yeah, that's the gist of it, I think, is like, I hear in America a common buzzword for like independence or moderate conservatives or milquetoast like liberals is the freedom, American dream, right? Good old war between engineers and managers. Story is all true. I think it's a long and almost irresolvable debate whether or not managers are also working class. For what it's worth, they strike me as kind of like cops, like kind of like sellouts. Like, yes, their class interests are the same, but they're being incentivized by the system with a position of privilege. I don't know. This is a Disciples of Anu mission. I don't know if I feel like doing them yet. On the other hand, their section does give some pretty cool tech later on. But yeah, it's a fascinating, very deep topic, I think. How to present socialism in a way that resonates with people and not just that sounds good in your head, because that's what I usually default to. I can only speak for myself, but I usually like going on these like academic tangents that, man, no one wants to listen to that shit. By bullying the economics major. True! Very based, honestly. Whether or not it accomplishes anything. What does GOP have to do with life quality? That's very true. Line goes up means your life gets quite so. I mean, hell, the U.S. GDP did well under Trump, but the wealth gap increased precipitously. So, and he killed 1 million Americans, as many as in the goddamn Civil War, with negligence or malice with the anti-massacre stuff. But yeah, GDP is certainly not a good. It's a measurement of how much return on their investment rich people are making. It's hardly an accurate measure of how average folks are doing. God, my ADD brain is pretty bad right now. I should maybe get something to eat. I'll probably stop bumping between games as much, but I might go heat something up. Genuinely, less than 1 minute, and then come play a different game that might hold my attention more than 30 minutes. Dear God, I need to eat something. I haven't eaten all day. Yeah, if you're curious for more about rhetoric presenting leftism and stuff, I got a lot more scattered thoughts about it if you're interested, but I also want to be careful not to just like get addicted to hearing the sound of my own voice, because I've noticed that. But that's the thing with some streamers, YouTuber types. you know, I want to talk when I have something to say, not just to fill air. On the other hand, I usually have something to fucking say. The talkativeness is genuine. I just also want to be aware that there are people listening, and that I'm not literally talking to myself. Yeah. Okay, so this one's fun. I think, I mean, I should hope that it's satirical. I wonder if I want to start over from the beginning. It's kind of a cool grind to the top. 52 meters worth of intestines. Jesus Christ. New quests! Hell yeah! It's been a while since I played it. I got updated 3 days after I last played. Go figure. But yeah, this one's definitely anti-capitalist, I'd say. Yeah, okay. I'll keep talking at my headphone. We'll see if that works as I heat up some chicken tenders and also get some coffee. And I'll be back in literally a minute. Please don't leave. I mean, leave if you want to, but it's nice having company, so whatever. All right, be right back. Okay, all right, yeah, I was going to talk at the microphone. If you can hear me, I guess, yeah, my other thoughts, apart from bullying economics majors being very cool in this, is that again, this is going to sound cheesy and starry-eyed, but I really do believe most people share basic egalitarian beliefs, because I think most people's moral compasses haven't changed that much since kindergarten, you know? Like, most people carry within them a basic set of morality, you know, from grade school, and they learn these harsh truths about the world where they have to compromise those basic egalitarian values just to kind of get by. But I think a lot of people's dissatisfaction with the world at least partially stems from the fact that, like, they feel on some level that it's just not right, that they can't treat people with the sort of kindness they would maybe like to at art. I don't know if you heard any of that, but yeah, I don't know. Just my starry-eyed belief that people are egalitarian at heart, but sort of drawn away from it by the forces of capitalism. And I think you kind of just got to tap into that and show them that there is a way. All this, though, I bear in mind, is based off of just me talking to random folks, true, but still only like a few hundred, maybe 1,000 of them, which is a lot, but also in the grand scheme of things is not that much. About politics, and it's also hard for me to know whose minds I changed and how, right? I don't get to follow up with most of these folks. Other people in my org do. So I could be wrong, you know, about the best practices here or whatever. Take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, that's the basic insight I got. And also that just if you talk to people in a way where like you're on their side and like it feels like you're on their side even if you disagree with them, and you're saying yes and you're friendly, a lot of people will just sort of almost back you up by default. And you can get people to agree with things that probably would go against what their corporate masters would want. Like, it sort of reminds me, I don't know if y'all have looked up like the definition of right-wing belief, but it's both the belief that like hierarchies are beneficial and the belief that they are natural or inescapable. That's the other part of being like on the right wing. And neoliberal capitalism, like just from a purely like political theory academic sense, is a right wing belief system, right? I mean, it's a belief that like 5 billionaires, 5 like old white dudes should own literally everything. It's pretty right wing. It sounds monarchy esque to me. And political philosophers agree, right? And so a lot of people's belief, I think, in neoliberal capitalism sort of just expresses itself as this feeling that like, I guess it's capitalist realism is what it's called. Just the idea that this is all there is and all there could be, right? But not that it's good. They've just sort of given up the idea that things could change. And I think, yes, and you really want to work under some guy with an MBA. You spent your days slaving away in front of your textbook. Yeah. Hey, true. Right? I mean, capitalist worship benefits no one but the capitalists. You know, hell, even the middle management are getting screwed at the end of the day. But yeah, it sure is not fun to work under them. I don't know what it is, and I don't mean to slander broadly here because I'm sure there are plenty of nice folks in the field, but in my anecdotal experience, middle management's the meanest, you know? Like, upper management is callous and apathetic. The middle management, they feel like, maybe this is tasteless, but they feel like the slave drivers, you know? The people who are like, I work faster, right? Who use fear to motivate more productivity because there's no positive incentive to be productive, you know? I don't know. Whack, if you ask me, to sum it up. Oh my God, I'm 3 viewers! Ah, I'm famous. Hi, Mom. Whoa. Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Hi, guys. Get on in here. Please speak up in chat if you want to talk. And, you know, talking to whoever. You got to celebrate the little victories, right? Oh man, oh right, I had the other one figured out with windowed 16 by 1900. Oh, maybe I should use mods. I wonder if there's good mods. Probably. Yeah, okay, so I'm playing an anti-capitalist game and I'm talking anti-capitalist stuff and also just like life, you know, how things are going. So the one other person who joined, if you feel like talking, I'm be happy to talk. Okay, this is my existing save. I got a bit hooked on this game, if you can't tell. It's basically evil capitalist, like, the game. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to install... okay. I hope this is engaging. I'm going to install a couple of mods. What? Is that in a workshop? I guess it's on Nexus. That'll take too long. Never mind. JK. But yeah, I'll start a new game because it's pretty short, relatively. Which one is me? I like all of these. I do like the dog with the cap, but I don't know if that really expresses me as well. Yeah, how about the brain in a cube? Like the accounting cube I mentioned earlier. Yeah. That's the future though, folks, I tell you what. Oh, I hope you guys can hear the sound effects, because they're very unnerving. They're very cool. don't think you understand your position. They cannot touch you. You are an organ trader, a supplier of meaty demand with a moral flexibility ranging in the parsecs. Thank you, Space Warlord. You buy organs, you sell organs. They're going to client requests, and you fulfill them. You use their money. It's your future. You will not lose money fulfilling a request unless you want to. You cannot be held accountable for your actions. Everyone has organs. Everyone wants organs. And everyone needs organs, which means they need you. They need us. So, congratulations. The universe is your fleshy, parasitic playground. Everyone else just lives in it. Truly the Sigma Grindset. Thank you, sir. Okay, it's been a while since I played this. I think I forget the playtime and average breaths taken. Cool. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, bye. Bye, sell. This is a rare heart. That's good. Rare, bye. Rough, tiny, no, pass. Rare, bye. Gigantic heart. Nah, I don't have any money left. Hello, scum. You are nothing. Get me a stomach. Okay. Reputation offensive trash. That's kind of good the writing is. I really just want to launch. I just found out the war harvesters. Okay. Taking the newbies and okay. Beautiful friendship. Heart above. I think I'm full on. Yes, that was useful. Thank you. Whoa. Centrally set. Oh, okay. Now I remember the strat. Okay, you gotta improve these. Oh, yeah, he's a good boy. He's very happy with something. I know. Okay, he's eyeballs, Maybe battle capacity. Come on. Understandable, friend. Keep that. Okay, that's a cheap one. I have to sell my hard back, I think. Okay, but probably worth it. There we go. Let's fill. Oh, that's a nice profit. Beautiful friendship. I think that's the main quest when it's yellow. Never between my fingers. Another one for a friend. Yes, I can. Oh, oops. No, I can't. Eagle. Oh, ooh, mythic. Okay. We like you. How could you not? What is it not? Condition degrades quickly. Oh. Why isn't it being healed? Ah, that's a bummer. Okay, well, I guess I'll sell it back after I take a loss. Part above 74 condition. If my mythic one is, I'm still not selling it. I'll buy this one, maybe one of them is above. Nope. Oh, that one was 74. Okay. Yeah, I enjoyed the parasocial relationship too. See ya. Have a good class. And come back if you feel like it. I'm not your mom, you know? Okay, I guess I can't build outside of the working day. Makes sense. I should, I'll take a second to see if anyone's pointing out flaws in my stream and whatnot. Maybe I posted the wrong subreddit, perchance. Anarcho-amongism. That's so true. Literally, no, I want to know that. Literally me. There we go. Okay. Anyway. Shit, where was I? Oh, still a few folks. That's fun. Hi, guys. again, you know, keep watching subscribers or something, whatever, I don't know, YouTuber shit. Okay. Yeah, highly recommend this game. Actually, you know what? While we're at it, I'll actually point out all the anti-capitalist games I think are fun. Sarah Billions isn't that satirical. Sunless Skies has some fun satirical bits in it. They Came from a Communist Planet's pretty good. Tonight We Riot is excellent. And it's actually made by a real commune, which is very cool. Ultra Kill is fun, mostly because the protagonist is a non-binary icon. And 196, my favorite subreddit, is obsessed with them. So you know, I recommend it. Some of these might be anti-capitalist games I haven't gotten around to playing yet. Never played We Were Here. I think that was anti-capitalist. So is Rot Flesh, I'm pretty sure. Also about work and trading, I think. Some of these are just trashy fun. Still Not Dead is very good. Same with Streets of Rogue. Oh, Streets of Rogue has some strong anti-capitalist vibes. Holy shit, a sequel? Yo? Oh, I'm excited. Okay. Gears 5 is not very satirical, but I find it fun anyway. I like the Outsiders faction. They're kind of anti-fash. But distressingly, the main faction you play as is undeniably fascist. And the characters are just like, well, they have problems, but they're the biggest military force, so if we want to fight the evil aliens, we gotta do it. Which is very lame to me. Dead Cells is not satirical or anti-capitalist, really, but it was made by a workers' co-op, which is cool. So same with Red Strings Club, I think. Yeah, okay, I'll get off this tangent in a hot second, promise. Alright, I should also see if chat's anything. Yeah. Beat Cop is obviously not based. I don't think I even... How much did I play it at all? I don't know. Some sort of like management game, I think. Bloody Trapland is fun, but nothing to do with capitalism. Broken Reality! Yo, okay, Broken Reality is excellent. Like, you know how what Vaporwave is to like mall consumerism? Broken Reality is to like early aughts, or maybe early to mid 2010s even, web culture. It's very cool. Same with Hypnospace Outlaw, actually. Part of that very, very specific subgenre. Democracy 4 is good. Democratic Socialism Seminar is good. Dead Rising has some strong anti-capitalist themes. Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad is excellent satire, but it looks like trash. It is horrifying. And it is also deeply disturbing in many ways, and as hard as balls. Hard as balls. But no, it is very good. Change, very sad, very good. Age of Crud, mild anti-capitalist themes. Okay, I swear I'll get off this tangent soon. I need more Ritalin. Man. Almost done. Factorio, arguably just an embracing of infinite capitalist expansion. You literally pollute the planet just to grow a factory, to grow a factory, to grow a factory. Fallout New Vegas, classic anti-capitalist stuff. Also, a lot of the fans for it are trans. I don't know why, but I'm here for it. Griftlands. Oh, Griftlands. Shit, maybe I gotta play that next. Griftlands has one of my favorite representations of a workers' movement, and I think maybe any game. It's only really in one of the campaigns. Oh, actually, you know what? It's tied with Heartspace Shipbreaker. Both of them have excellent workers' movements representation. Heartspace Shipbreaker might even be better now that I think about it. Anyway, okay, I'll get back to the game. I promise. Oh, the Hex too is pretty good. and anti-capitalist. This outlaw is also anti-capitalist. Journey to the Savage Planet, I've heard it's anti-capitalist, never finished it. Same with Outer Worlds while we're at it. Outer Wilds is excellent, but it's just very good sci-fi, not anti-capitalist. Job Simulator is too as well. Yeah, okay, god damn, I gotta focus up. Lugby Landlord, yeah, it literally has a mutual aid group in it. Same with Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, or at least you kill a US Republican senator, which is, I don't want to get arrested, but you know, hypothetically in a video game is kind of fun. Okay, right, that's it. Goddamn, get back to the game. Enabled Eternal War effort, wholesome. Oh, right, shit. Phil, I can't. I thought my heart was. Oh, is it 84 plus? No, above 74. Okay, well, it's only a matter of time, I guess. Pressed or full, I suppose. I got one to lift. That's a small number. That seems like it'll be profitable. Nice. Okay, it's above 74, so I can sell that off. Dope. It's fine, but really, I'm gonna do the voice act. Okay, beware. If my view count goes down, I understand. Underguard Curial. It's fine, but really, I just want a heart. I don't think about the thunder or the war harvesters or the underguards cracking open like burst fist cans. That's my. Maybe this is TMI. That's my bottom voice. Not that I'm a bottom. It's acting. Sweaty. Heard of it? I'm probably gonna get zanier as time goes on. Come in. No. That's a scam. Okay, art. So I just find the cheapest one I can. Maybe I already have a cheap one compared to. Yeah, tiny heart. Oh, that one's rare actually. Hopefully they picked the last one you just bought. I don't know. I wish I could buy these ones. The mythic thing would really help. Increased impact of healing and draining. Interesting. I think they added effects since I last played. Organs didn't have as many unique effects, I don't think. Maybe that eyeball. Okay. I got you, Chief. This is good, honest work right here. You know, these guys should heal each other. This is definitely how you win, I think. That's yeah, that's what I do in my last playthrough. Hold. Bribe mate installed. Right. Okay. I love this game. Reputation, possession. I think you can buy reputation later too. Getting a head rush from this coffee. Oh yeah. So, did people leave when I did the voice? I understand. Look, I get it, man. 10 minutes. Oh, I'm flattered. That's better. It's usually like 10 seconds. Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, whatever. You know what? Baby steps, right? Be on the YouTuber grind set. It's funny. Frankly, I would like a platform. It would be cool to talk and have people listen to me and stuff, but man, I don't know. Feels like it would change me. Power seems like it changes so many people, and influence is undeniably a form of power. I don't know, I just read about all these YouTubers who become like predators, like creepy ass assholes, and it skews me out, you know? I don't think there's anything magical about the nature of power that would change me if I got it, but man, makes me question if it's something I even really want as a goal. Because certainly the primary point when you do power, I kind of just like to spread lefty ideas. But also it would be cool making a living. That's fun too. That's also part of it, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Need an eyeball. Yeah, 2 guys just need eyeballs. Let's see. I think reputation is what gets you better contracts, so you know what, that's worth getting, I think. The soundtrack fucking slaps. Lordy Lou! I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, perhaps it's appropriate to talk about career goals while, you know, trading organs. You know, like, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, how's that supposed? Right, eyeball, fill. Okay. Sensitivity training. Maybe you can use soul health. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Okay, wait, security concerns, that one's just called mute nerve cluster, yes please. One's rough, deeper, right, I'll sell the small number, yeah, work. So, yep, that was worth it. Yeah, souls on the market, yep. Soul, kill. Ooh, okay, that was definitely worthwhile. I do think it is worth, from what I recall, souls, yeah, increases conditions nearby organs. So this one, the souls and the high quality hearts are really worth getting. Oh, okay, yeah, and this is how you make them. Here we go, boys. See, unironically, I think it is unethical to engage in the actual stock market. So this is where I get out the dark urges inside me. Okay, where's that guy from the Xavier Renegade Angel? Hold on. This is relevant. Oh yeah, self-report, boss watcher.
Society, it's always the quiet ones, but I am going to deliver howls of
Oh,
justice at them
content
through
warning,
the
by the way.
giants of my
With the guy with the fucking, oh, this is gross, I guess just technically prolapse? Internal organs?
All of you collectively, society, give up.
Oh, he's like a cutscene where he just turns to the camera and goes like, my dark notion. I don't know, whatever. Look. Apparently my niche is referencing like episodes of a 2003 show that like no one remembers. But yeah, that was the vibes I was trying to give out with my love of organ trading on the stock market, but not in real life. My dark notion, you know? That probably resonated with no one, but you know what? I'm not apologizing. I gotta have more confidence in being a dumb shit. Alright, eyeballs look like they're down. So usually organs have like a pretty stable minimum and maximum. Looks like this is near the bottom of its cycle. Can make like around 30% more. Probably worth it. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with this for a while. See if it works. Free ranging. Soul replacement, okay. With a lung, okay. Get you a lung. No problem, chief. Ooh, I want the soul. The gigantic soul. I saw these. Yes. Alright, you know, they've marinated for a while. Average. Oh, I think the other guy bought it. Dang. Tiny but rare, that's pretty good. Tiny and rough. You know, I'll try that and then give him the soul. Neat. Lung. That's a cheap one. Oh, I'm an intern. Fucking too real. God damn it. Can't escape it even in my escapist fiction. Through years of grinding, you're now an intern. Wow. You get to not be paid for experience. Gigantic, rough, small but mythic. Oh, I can't quite afford it. I think having souls improve each other is generally a pretty good, like, reliable way to make cash. Really? I don't like you. Vital, important, folder. Let's see if I can find a cheap rock cane. I think I remember what they look kind of like a stick. This one's not cheap. That's probably because it's large and rare. I mean, it's probably a good investment for, like, improving slower. Oh, there we go. Gigantic rock cane. Yeah! Alright, you know what? So I'll buy this. Start improving it. Huh? Oh. What the fuck? What happened? The fuck? Shit. Oh, that's not ideal. Oh! I forgot it's corrosive! Destroys unprotected hulls. Shit. Well, that's not good. Yeah, that's not ideal. Oh wow. It just went down. Well, buy the dip. Something diamond hands. Y'all remember the Dogecoin thing? That blew up pretty quickly, huh? Just evaporated. Good. Yeah, my reputation's been going up pretty, I'm glad nerds lost my effort. On the other hand, oh god, this is cringe, but I did make a buck off it myself, just because I had a bunch of it from before I was a lefty. Close decay of all organs, that's good. Anti-caustic measure. I might want to save up for this. Can I repair this, or what? Man, it'd suck if I just nerfed my entire cargo hold. Destroys unprotected. Yeah, that really sucks. Oh well. Okay, trade. Sensitivity training. Yeah, new nerd plus for sure, bud. Sometimes I think taking non-profitable ones, non-profitable requests, I think they further quest lines much of the time. 2,000. How much? Okay, that's a good deal. Ah. Oh, and I also don't have any money. That could prove to be a problem. Should I sell the rock cane now? It isn't much of a profit, but it'll do. Nerd Buster. Let's see if I can get a cheaper one. Yeah, 2,500 is the best I'll do, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, generally you want to flip the more expensive ones, I think. Always use no liver, so true on that. Here's the cheap one. You know, oh, oops, I almost bought that. We're taking out one of my last cargo spaces. I thought that was the liver. Is that not a liver? Do I not know? Oh, it was a gallbladder. Oops. Get some misplay. There we go. Nice. Metal capacity. Urgent opportunity. Oh, I think I remember how this quest went. I'm not going to spoil it. It's fun. Start to deliver. Okay. I got you, Chief. I might go back and do the voice acting. Fair warning. Gird your loins. Alright. Everyone deserves to have organs, but the powers that be benefit from us fighting each other for resources they make more scarce. Change starts with whoever. Thank you, Deep Dish. Very cool. Okay. These are appreciating nicely. I do worry about my ability to make money in the future, though. Whatever. Anyone else who wants to get in on the comments, you know, feel free. And I'm also up to, like, debate people on lefty stuff. I don't know if that appeals to anyone. Or just talk about it, commiserate, that sort of thing. Yeah, this is... Looks like some person joined. This is how I get my dark desires to be a stock bro. I'll be right back. I gotta get some food. Outrageous! Outrageous, if you ask me, that those chicken tenders are not yet heated all the way through. I'm oppressed. When will society recognize the struggling of we poor gamers? Side note, I actually really... okay, maybe this is uncool, but I really enjoyed... what was that subreddit's name? The one that was basically just about, like, how gamers are oppressed. Gamers Rise Up. I really enjoyed that until, like, racists took it over. Very dumb. Kidney lung. Okay. That's an expensive kidney. I'm not buying that one. I think later on they start specifying, like, sizes of the organ, you know? Makes it significantly tougher, but for now we're good. That's still a pretty pricey kidney. How much is he paying? Profit of 400, not bad. Expensive lung as well. Whatever. Probably better to just do it and get it out of the way. Dang, what was I even saying? I depend on it. Don't worry, my friend. My brother in stock trading. I got you. You know what's sad is there's no capitalist version of combat. And it's because they want everyone to feel alone. That's my take. Wet and juicy like an eyeball. I feel like they're sexualizing it, but you know what? I'm not gonna kink shame. But yeah, I found Gamers Rise Up to be really funny, but... We'll hold the ocean organ barge! Ah! That's a lot of hearts! Crikey! Should probably find a worthwhile one, start pumping it up with souls I've collected. That's decent. One that's not rough is probably ideal. Average, common, but it's very low in durability. So, it means they won't heal each other now. I really gotta get a new cargo hold. How is it still increasing? Ah! I thought it hit rock bottom. I know if you actually want to be a stock trader, you gotta be very patient with these sorts of investments, but say levy. I really fell off, it seems like. Maybe it's because conversations no longer happening. Well, one person, if you just watch, if you feel like talking to me on the air, if you don't, just, it's cool too. Just chill. I will go get my chicken tenders though in that case. Yeah, homemade chicken tenders are so much better, and they're usually better for you if you use like less breading and oil and stuff. And I've been trying to eat healthier, but man, the Tyson brand, it's kind of like, kind of je ne sais quoi, just something special about them. Whoa. You know what I resent? Is letting neo-Nazis co-op things, obviously. I mean, like, that's a pretty fair thing to find that fucked up, I think. And you know what? They've co-opted chicken tendies, and that's not okay. 4chan culture, I guess, specifically. But, that's kind of inextricably tied to reactionaries nowadays. Yeah, I guess that's the best I can do. Well, eventually, the eyeball market will recover, surely. It's kind of hot. As in real life, though, you can work an honest day's work for years on end and not make nearly as much as just like a percentage increase in the funny numbers on the stock market. However, I'm not sure that the eyeball is actually a good investment. I could have made a huge mistake. We'll see. Type Emperor Gold Star. Okay. Well, I'm not too worried. Let's trade. Cut and sold. Ooh, that's a good one. Rock cane juice, yeah. Vital importance. Give me a solid. Okay. That's a lot of kidneys. That's a lot. Wow, that's a lot of kidneys. Are any of them worth it? Oh, Rare's pretty good. Mythic's very good. Yeah, and it's got a lot of condition to improve, so I can flip it later. Okay, get me a soul. A soul and rock cane is what I'm looking for. Talking to myself. I gotta remind myself, Got Zoomer brain. ADD, Zoomies, something. I really do feel something like means to rot in my brain. I used to be so intellectual, man, back in middle school. But after decades now of internet exposure, it's just like pure word association. Let me find cheap rock cane. Ah, balls. No, good deal. There's a way cheaper one. Oh, wait. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, I missed it! Butts! Brick! Heck, even. Shit. Well, I gotta sell one of these. Nothing personnel, kid. Oh, okay, here's another coupon. Nice. Okay. Go. I gotta admit though, as much as I hate markets like this in real life, I mean especially organ harvesting markets obviously, but markets in general, there is something extremely addictive about trying to predict the trends on it. It really is, it's essentially gambling, in my opinion. I don't know. That's just my take though. Sometimes I wonder, like, if that's part of the, like, psychopathology of the bourgeois. You know, like, I wonder a lot of the time, like, why don't people sell off their share of the stock when you hit, like, 1 billion, right? That's more money than you can spend in a lifetime warranty. And, I mean, you're trying to get in the head of the mindset someone who would afford that money instead of using it to at least try to do good in the world. And maybe that's something to do with it. The addictive nature of like markets and just generally corporate growth, you know? Oh god, the soundtrack slaps. Okay, repair. I think this was like 2,400 when I bought it, so that's a decent profit. These were like 2,000 each, so it's definitely paying off. The only trade-off is I'm using up space in my hold, obviously. But I do think essentially using mutually healing organs is the key to success. Anyway, essentially just off the cuff. No data to support it, but big if true, as the Cheeto fascist suggests, right? Trump always says that. Can I get you a soul? Get you a nerve cluster. Get you a nerve cluster. Oh, no! Okay, I got one. We need the nerve cluster. Yeah, okay, you had the time on it, so. This one's a little pricey. You know the nerve cluster, ideally a cheaper one. Maybe you should wait a little bit. Ideally, though, I think you do want to get through basically all the contracts in a given day. Gigantic, the common, pass. Oh, shit. Nah! Okay, well, I did get another soul. I do think those are generally good. The also viable. Up and coming, it's all that has soul. Sure. Oh, wow. And closed because dog souls are pure. That's sweet. Oh, it's corrosive. Well, you know what? I'll just solve that nerve cluster. Fuck it. Let's see if I can get a cheap soul for this other solve. Bum 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 bum. Oh, that one's cheap. Keep misclicking. Nice. Okay, this seems good. All healing each other. Solidarity. Yes, Anarchy, Vincent, indeed. What's your position on anarchism? Right now I'm playing a, I wouldn't even say subtly anti-capitalist game called Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. Very fun. And also just rambling to myself pretty much. Haven't had anyone in the chat for a bit. But always happy to talk to someone new. Son of a bitch. In addition to being good satire, you know, I mentioned it before, I think this game is an excellent outlet for the desire to engage in a real market, which I think frankly is unethical. It is, isn't it? Yeah, fascinating's fair, even if you don't totally believe in it. I have doubts myself as to whether or not it'll happen before we destroy the world. But yeah, I definitely think, like, ethically, it's probably one of the more solid political philosophies out there. Just the attempt to reduce power because of its, I don't know, the way it corrupts people. Not in any metaphysical sort of way, even, like, just in terms of the incentives it offers. Power, that is, you know, like, I don't know. It almost, okay. This is probably the least profound way to describe it, but if you're into SCPs at all, it reminds me a lot of, like, a cognito-hazardous meme, you know? I'm anarcho-communist. Yeah, no, the Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator is not, in fact, a wet dream of mine. I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. But it is fun. I can't deny that. What about you? What are your political positions? Personally, I more or less just think, like, anarcho-communism is a good moral thing to strive for, you know? I go back and forth on whether or not I think it'll happen before, like, climate collapse or World War III kills us, you know? Yeah. But I do think it's a good thing to shoot for, and I think it's, like, a reasonable way to assure that, like, co-opters like, I don't know, fucking Lenin or Mao or whatever don't take control of otherwise nice movements and ruin it for everyone else, just because anarcho-communist movements generally do a pretty good job of removing any positions of power to seize. So that's, I guess, the primary thing it's got going for it over other revolutionary ideologies, I think. So yeah, curious what you think. You know, no wrong answers. Well, okay, some wrong answers, not too wrong. Centrist, that's military, free market, free drugs. Oh yeah, hell yeah! I see, because, okay, be really real. I find it sussy when I hear libertarianism. I'm like, just want, like, a night watchman, like, state, and just for McDonald's and everything is what I think of it first. I'm not saying you believe that. But yeah, the fact that you believe in less police is really, really cool. And I think if you are, like, a true libertarian, yeah, like, most of them definitely believe that. It's just the Ayn Rand types that kind of can irritate me sometimes. I think this guy one of the lungs. Yeah. Nerd clusters. Okay. God damn it, I'm following my conscience. That is a bad idea. But yeah, look, legal drugs are great, less police are great. We agree on enough stuff. That being said, what I suppose I'd push back on is stuff like free markets, you know? Like, and listen, if you're not in for an argument or even just a discussion, I'll shut up. You know, just tell me. But I think, like, you can make a strong argument that the supply and demand of markets implies an unmet need. You know what I mean? Like that's what the demand is. It's like a difference between the amount of goods available and the need for those goods. Which to me, what that sort of implies is like you're always going to have suffering even if there's an excess of production. You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, right on. Hell yeah. Protect the poor, welfare is okay. Just be careful. Yeah. You know what? And I think all that's fair. Like, I think state authority can just as easily be as corruptive as corporate authority. You know. And I think you're absolutely coming at it from the right place. You know. I was talking earlier in the stream about a close friend of mine I met here at this grad school program, who is a proud, like, I guess, right libertarian, like U.S. Libertarian Party type person. And she's pretty cool, and she's open to new ideas, which I think is the most important thing. And where they're coming at it from is pretty much like, this is the most radical idea I've heard so far. And also, it's just like what I think is most likely to be accomplished in our lifetimes, which I think is valid. It's something I feel a lot about, like, democratic socialists too, right? Like, believing that there's probably not going to be people taking up AKs or people coming together in extreme solidarity for a general strike is probably not going to happen in the wake of all the Red Scares and shit. You know, at least not before the fascists take over. I get that skepticism, and, like, you know, I can't argue it. I don't know the future, right? And optimism seems stupid some days, you know? Like, yeah. Anyway, yeah. A long form way of saying respect. Real, recognize real, perhaps. And another heart. But yeah, okay, so treat me with your hottest take here. I'm curious. Well, I won't cyberbully you for it, I promise. Large and valuable, I guess I'll call that. By the by, I think a whole interesting topic. U.S. Libertarian. Yeah. Their age of consent takes are interesting. Yeah, I have some disagreements. But thankfully my friend is not like that. They tend to defend only the more defensible parts of it, you know, but still. I got a bean bone. Okay. He wants a bean bone. Gotcha. Rock cane. Oh, no, he needs a lung. Okay, roger that. Lung, and I don't even know what oh, that's a bean bone. Oops, shit. No! Ow! I apologize, I'm getting a little lost in the sauce here. I'll respond in a hot second. Bean bone. Is the cheap one still there? No. I guess I could go for AK. 7K, that's better. Yep. What? I got a bean bone just for me. No, just. But I have a bean bone. What? What am I doing wrong? Maybe he needs 2. I think he needs 2. Okay. I swear I will redirect my attention to the conversation as soon as I find a bean bone. Okay, I see the conversation hasn't progressed. That's for the best. Because I'm lost in the sauce. Oh! Okay. Well, I fucked up. But anyway. Yeah, I know. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for people who support them anyway. Because they're kind of like the only viable third party in the US right now. I personally lean more towards the Green Party. But again, like, yeah, I get why people would say, like, oh, there will always be markets, because they sure are a constant throughout history, if nothing else. And, you know, they're just kind of more of a viable option than a lot of the other third parties. But, yeah, I have qualms with them. Anyway, my spiciest hot take is probably... You know, I was going to give some Eat the Rich stuff, but come to think of it, it's probably... You probably agree for the most part. I think people should be held accountable for murder, even when they didn't directly, like, pull the trigger. You know what I mean? Like, well, okay, I'm mostly thinking of oil and gas companies, but given that, like, they know the consequences of their actions years in advance are going to be, like, harm to human life, I think they should be considered murderers for people who die of climate change related, like, natural disasters, that sort of thing. And just, like, cancer that comes from carcinogens, from their pollution, that sort of thing. I mean, I don't love the justice system, but that seems like a just use of it to me. So, that would be cool. It would maybe have a cooling effect on the CEOs who seem determined to destroy the planet. Yeah, exactly, Benzer. By the way, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know your hot takes, how your day is going, whatever you feel stuff. Very, very parasocial. But yeah, you know, at some point when you know like a bunch of people are gonna die as a result of something, and you do it anyway, that is functionally the same as pulling the trigger on a gun, right? Technically, it's the bullet that killed him. Yeah, well, you knew that would happen, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I think he needs 2 bean bones, which is what I'm struggling with right now. By the way, game I'm playing, highly recommend. Space Organ Trader. Pretty cheap. Got good messages, guess me. I'm also curious, yeah, Vincent, Benzer, yeah. What are your hot political takes if you feel like sharing them? I'm not your mom, you know, you don't have to. But I'd be interested. Where the hell is a bomber? Odd question. Under Anarchy, there's an evil person or company who tries to harm others, it's justified to use violence against that person. Yes. Yes. is the short answer. But I think most anarchists would prioritize like preserving human life. You know what I mean? So like if it can be solved through like less violent means, I think a lot of people would prefer that. I can't speak for all anarchists, obviously. But there are a lot of ways to coerce people, especially, you know, like assuming a primarily anarchist society. Frankly, like there are a lot of ways you could prevent evil people from doing their thing. Namely, like most of them involve like interrelated syndicates or communes. Like is usually how I hear people talking about it. Sure. Thanks. God, I got distracted. What was I thinking about? Fucking Zoomer brain. Man, these video games do rot your brain. Yeah, oh, right, interrelated communes. Yeah, so, okay, a part of the premise of it is they're essentially so fundamentally dependent on each other that it would only take a couple of them to, like, really harm the rest just by denying production, you know? At least that's my understanding of it. You know, I'm not an expert. But yeah, my understanding is essentially like, it's akin to, I don't know, how sanctions work under capitalist societies, right? Like, they can do real damage. You know, look at Russia now with the war. Look at how Cuba's growth was stunted. You know, there are a lot of examples of sanctions really hitting people hard and causing them to change policies. Hot take, America needs to cut military budget by 50%. Damn straight! Preach, Vincent! Yeah! Cool, charging Social Security, instead using that money for healthcare. Less vigilante justice now. Yeah, true. You know, I think it depends on who's dispensing it and what the justice is, but yeah, you know. Zizek always talks about how the Jacobins tried to keep the royals alive and just out of politics. But they just kept calling royals from other countries to help them kick the Jacobins out. Yeah, true. Both counts. And yeah, I got mixed thoughts on the keeping the royals alive part. I actually do think some capitalists are not a lost cause, and all in all, I would prefer not to go all choppy on them. On the other hand, like, yeah, historically they tend to just consolidate power and then come back, which is why a lot of anarchists think any meaningful revolution would have to be international, right, to prevent that. The other thing is, though, is that during the French Revolution, what hurt the aristocracy the most, apparently, at least during one of the revolutions, there were a lot, but it was essentially burning the pieces of paper involving the grants, like land grants. In other words, disrupting like the record keeping was in some ways more damaging to royal families than just killing most of their heirs, because they just had more heirs, as long as some part of the bloodline survived. But destroying the actual infrastructure really, took them down a peg. It's not say really just good, it should be encouraged. Some bad potential for people passionate on harming others, or yeah. I mean, listen, I think there's a good reason due process is a thing. What I will say is, I've heard of this cool model. I don't know if it would work on a large scale, but at the kibbutzes in Israel, which now have a complicated history, but started out as pretty cool. They generally have this, like, I think it's restorative, collaborative justice, some progressive sounding buzzword, but it is a cool system where essentially they have the wronged and the perpetrator like come together with the entire community watching them. And the key is the community watching them because of the social pressure and because everyone's very dependent on everyone else. Like, you'll starve if you don't have, the other folks on the commune in your corner. And so, yeah, then they ask the victim, like, what are they going to have to do to make this right to you? And then they do a negotiation, and it works a lot of the time, apparently. It seems cool. The circumstances matter. Yeah, cops are fucking... They're just there to punish people for challenging the status quo, if you ask me. I mean, since when do you actually get your stolen goods back, even if the cops find the thief? It's never happened to me, and I've had stuff stolen from me before. And they've caught the thief, and it's just been like, yeah, no, go into the evidence locker or whatever. That being said, superheroes are fun. I think it's very distinct, like, their effects in real life versus them as like a fictional concept, Oh shit, this looks like a good market to get into. Look at these spikes! Ooh, baby. Whoa, Nelly. Golly. Yeah, and it's another good point. Like, vigilante justice can sometimes be lethal. And for me, I oppose the death penalty because it often turns out that people are wrong. And you can't reanimate someone as of yet. But you can release someone from prison. Plus, I'm an anarchist. I don't trust the state, so. But yeah, cool discussion so far. Let's see. I don't know, what other interesting topics? Okay, so, what does your utopia look like? And, like, what are the biggest ways in which it differs from today? Yeah, if you had a magic wand, what would the world look like? Which, I'm a canvasser right now. I ask that question a lot. I think the answers people give for it are very telling. Shows what they sort of value at their core. Heartwarmingly, I actually think most people want similar things as outcomes, with the exception of diehard fascists. Which, for one, they will rarely give you a straight answer, but when they do, it tends to be monstrous. But even then, like, I think a lot of fascists don't really know what the hell they're talking about. Like, I've talked to reactionaries, you know, who think, I don't know, January 6th was like, well, not just not a riot, but like Antifa and also good, but they certainly were not for anti-fascism. Very incoherent beliefs, but the gist of it is they wanted a fascist coup. And yet, when I asked them, like, what do you want? Well, they'd be like, yeah, you know, I don't want any homeless people. I don't want people to be homeless. I don't want people to starve. I want healthcare to be, like, affordable for me. And some of it you can argue is selfishness, right? Like, the way they expressed it is sometimes like, well, I just don't want homeless people in my town. Or I just don't want the poor to, whatever, benefit off state programs for health insurance or whatever. I don't know. Big cliche, everyone gets what they need. Most people passionately make what they want to make, and those who compromise their will with needs do so with the acknowledgement of its genuine life-maintaining value. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Same. Man. Wow. To my point, you know? I think a lot of people do think along the similar lines with that stuff. I didn't decide. I do want to invest in this stuff, but maybe after a dip. What I'm interested in is the second part, which I think flew over my head a little. Those who compromise their will with needs do so. Acknowledgement of the genuine life. So I think it refers to needs. So you're saying essentially that people who want to go without having certain needs met should do it with, like, essentially as little coercive pressure as possible, right? Like, that's my interpretation of that, but I could be projecting. Regardless, though, base take. Let me see, what's another good one? Okay, do y'all think humanity's doomed? You think we're going to survive the next century? At the current standard of living, that is. Oh, I'll admit that is a relatively tricky one. Especially with anarchism and stuff. Because coercive pressure is admittedly effective at getting people to do less desirable jobs. However, yeah, true. I mean, pardon me. After all, there are plenty of ways to reward people that don't involve, like money, you know, as coercion. Honestly, just like social clout is clearly enough to get people to do a lot of things, you know? I mean, look at all the people who've died over TikTok trends, right? Hopefully that would be enough to at least convince people to, you know, do janitorial work a couple of times a week. You know, I absolutely think if like janitors were treated like war heroes, which, you know what, they fucking should be. I think people would rush to the job, honestly. Especially if it's seen as hot. You know, like how doctors kind of are seen today, which you can argue it's largely because of their place in the capitalist hierarchy, but regardless of the reason right now, like, if you apply that same level of sexual attraction as like a bonus to a given career, man, I think people would sign up for a lot of stuff. Oh, I think that was unprofitable. Rip me. Please go up. Please, dear God. How? 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 I don't know what kind of noises I'm making. Bewilderment, I suppose. Yeah, that's... wow. I hope the game isn't cheating to make it so that stocks I invest in don't rise. I doubt it. I think this game probably wouldn't do that. I don't know. It strikes me as the sort of thing the game might do, but maybe I'm just salty here. But yeah, frankly, I don't know. I personally, I would, not just the idea. Yeah, that's a good point. I suppose the difference is that, like, Republic with like a secret shadow council or whatever wields a pretty direct form of coercive authority. But you do make a good point in that attraction is kind of its own form of coercion. But then you kind of go down a whole incel-y sounding rabbit hole about, like, I don't know, like, do beauty standards and just norms of attraction constitute essentially a form of oppression? And if so, what do you do with that? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think there's a good answer, to be honest, to that question. Not one that, like, sticks to anarchist values, at least. Yeah, okay. Rock cane of 61. Oh wow, that's a lot of rock cane. Ooh-wee. Oh, that was lucky. Above 60, it was above 61. Oh, there's a nerf book. I'm done. Okay. Oops. Mythic. Oh, that's good. That's a good deal. Tiny mythic. Mythic. Also, by the way, yeah, out of curiosity, share what you want. Again, not your mom. But, what field are you in? Confused myself. I'm draining all the time. New master value system. I have not read enough Lacan, honestly, to comment on that confidently, I guess. But I've heard a fair bit about him, and he seems fascinating. I can look it up in a hot second. Ooh, okay, that's a cheap rock cane. It's not above 71%, but I can heal it. I can fix it. Sell this one, move this one, buy the cheap rock cane. Perfect. Oh, tell me you didn't buy it, you Chad Shakespeare, son of a bitch. Oh, he bought it, that bastard bought it. You goddamn dog. As you're finishing. Oh, that's fascinating. That's really cool. Yeah, those are dope fields, goddamn. If I could do undergrad over again, I probably would do history at least. Maybe more. But yeah, hell yeah. Oh, condition 0. Ooh, okay, that's a good one to improve. move this around. Oh, I forgot the Dog Souls corrosive skill issue. Come on, give me a cheat. Okay, there we go. It's kind of expensive. I'll hold off for later. But yeah, that sounds fascinating. Like, are you to your thesis yet? What are you writing it on? I was neuroscience myself until I got to organic chem, and then I decided I hated it and switched to English Lit, and then I wrote a thesis on David Foster Wallace's Infinite Jest, which is really, really good. Highly recommend. Stuff about like addiction, American culture, very cool. I feel like I might as well sell it. Yeah, anyway, very dope. Master value system. I'm just gonna take a running guess and assume that like that. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, highly recommend. It's a huge book though, is the only thing. Infinite Jest. And you gotta flip back and forth to the footnotes. So that's kind of part of the charm of it. Like, there are these interweaving narratives in the footnotes. Some of them are like entire chapters. Yeah, I've published pretty much everywhere. You can get it on Kindle, you can buy hard copy. It is 2,000 pages, but it is really worth it. And you can definitely read it like a chunk at a time and still get a lot out of it. Yeah, highly, highly recommend. Get me along. Kidney milk. Okay. I still need the good rock king. That good. Good lord, I got distracted. Right, oh, I'm assuming with the Lacan thing, based on literally nothing. Does it have something to do with, like, essentially there always being a system of social coercive power in place? Just totally spitballing? Because if so, I kind of get that. Oops. There we go. That's good. This guy really needs a lung. It's not very cheap. Still kind of expensive. Let me see if I can pitch Infinite Jest in a way that doesn't spoil it. Okay, so, yeah, if you don't want spoilers, so I guess you can mute for a hot sec, or tell me. But, and I don't think this is serious spoilers either. But yeah, it's kind of like a soft retelling of Hamlet, combined with very interesting espionage plot, combined with like a very sweeping story on American culture and how capitalism causes addiction. And it fucking rocks. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much my summary, I think. That's the short version of my thesis. Oh, also, it, like, high-key predicted a lot of internet culture in, like, the 90s, which I think is quite impressive. And I don't think it was any, like, oh, just he's a genius or whatever, but more just that he really had his finger on the pulse of U.S. culture and what drives it, that sort of thing. Very dope. Oh, and he also predicted Trump very directly. Like, not specifically Trump, but it is a blonde billionaire who used to be a reality TV show guy who essentially was like a fascist and caused national collapse. Can I think of plague? I could be wrong about that part. Cool shit, regardless. Anyway, very interested in hearing what you're learning about and or your thesis, if you feel like sharing. Oh, it's time to invest in appendixes, I think. Maybe hearts are better. True. That's pretty close to Reagan. With the AIDS epidemic and all. But also Trump. I suppose partially the fact that he's blonde and a germaphobe. And sort of just a reality TV star are also all factors, but definitely Reagan-esque elements. Okay. Heading to lung, bladder. No, give me the bladder! Give me the bladder! Okay. What? Why didn't they accept in the bladder? Oh. Archive. Oh, I missed it. Okay. Has to find me a cheap lung. But yeah, I had a buddy back in undergrad who was a philosophy major. Just very regularly would drop fascinating stuff. I'm not going to explain Newton's arguments about space. Being an organ of God. Ooh, that's cool. There's source of domination. Seneca. Oh, huh. I know Seneca is one of the best writers of all time. Ooh, okay, cheap lungs, yeah. There you go. Annual thing. Okay. Bold. Could also get a mythic one while we. That one's pretty good. Yeah. No, okay. I need more than that, so. Yeah, that's 13k, that's kind of a lot. Yeah, but less than the other one. Up, someone bought it. Rip. Come on, give me a bean bone, throw me a bean bone. Come on. Come on. I'm not buying a mythic gallbladder. I'm waiting for a bean bone. Give me a bean bone, give me a bean bone, give me a bean bone. Sorry, I'm sure that was unpleasant. These are just the noises that come out of you when you engage in capitalism. Can't help. Okay. Yeah, plus 67. Let's go. Where's the other eyeballs? Yeah. Plus two. You know what? Eyeballs, I've had enough of your shit. I'm not waiting any longer. What else has hit a lull? Maybe, what was the one that just got flooded by the space barge? I think it was a gallbladder? Yeah, yeah, oh, look at this. This is good. Good opportunity right here. Okay, yeah. 3,000. I think it's gonna rebound soon. I got a good feeling. But yeah, please do tell, honestly, about the Seneca thing. That sounds cool. I know I know he was brilliant. I did a little bit of Latin. I think I might have actually read some of the stuff in the OG Latin, which is a really fun language. It genuinely helps, like, understanding a bunch of other different languages too. Oh, okay, I gotta sell this. This is worthless. You know what? Buy more stock. All in. Honestly, I think this part of the minigame matters way more than the actual organ trading, which is maybe poor balance, but the point is it's a satire about capitalism, so I guess it's fitting. Warm lung, okay. Oh shit, I can't afford the bean bones now. What have I done? I can't sell the dog soul. I think it's like a quest thing. Can't sell the gigantic mythic soul. How about the gigantic valuable one? Yeah. Maybe the lungs too. Oh, yeah. Okay, bean bone. I need 2, yeah. 2 eyeballs, the price of 1. Nah. Give me that lung. Hell yeah. Okay. Good shit. Yeah, just thinking about it on the whole Newton's argument about space being an organ of God. Kind of reminds me of, I think it's called pantheism? Maybe? I don't know, the idea that the entire universe is sentient. Cool regardless. Take a kidney to pack up the shit. Aha! Average kidney. What? Oh, I think I misclicked. Hell. Ah, rock can. Ah! Cost me some money. Liver? Kidney. No. Kidney. I always get those confused, livers and kidneys. And just like the below the stomach organs that I process stuff. Is that correct? No, I think the liver secretes enzymes? I don't know. It's been a bit since I learned any of this stuff. Okay. Technically only $200 profit, I think, but that's fine. I think I should hold on to this a little longer. Yeah. Lungs just took a healthy dip. Not a bad idea to buy some, maybe. Nope. I need a little bit of stuff to trade with, so I'll sell 10. Give me another 10. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna check my stream. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god! Alright, up to 4 people watching! Oh, it is deeply sad how happy that makes me. Oh, that's fun. Hell yeah. Use 28. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Guys who watched it. I don't know. It's not like I'm making money off it, it's nice to see people are interested, I guess. I don't know. Hell yeah. Actually, okay, maybe I shouldn't talk about this. I don't want to. Sure, I'll think I'll take it. Liver, yep, sure. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, yeah. So, a buddy of mine, maybe I shouldn't say where I met them, because this could be interpreted as slightly embarrassing. I don't think it is. I think, do what you want to. However, he does ASMR sort of anime voiceover stuff. I think it was a liver? Yeah, it was a liver. Liver? Yeah, liver. And he really helps people with trauma with it. And I think it's a really impressive example of using a platform for good, even though it might sound fairly mean, and in some ways it is. I have to save his life. Alright, I have a heart. I have a heart. I'll give you the heart. Fine. Fulfill. You know, I owe karmic debt after trading in the stock market, you know? Sure. Fine. Mostly because I'm curious as to what happened. Yeah, it's almost certainly not a good decision. Also the scam, but I can't help but wonder, you know? Stomach replacement? I can do that, sir. Yes, sir. Where did that meme come from, by the way, you know? I hate this man. I think I'm probably just gonna ignore him. Yes, sir. Maybe I'm just getting older. Falling out of touch. You may just be writing a long response, Spencer, but I'm slightly worried that you cut off mid-sentence. I hope you're okay. Probably. Ooh, should I wait for it to go higher? I don't know. You know what? I'll sell off all but maybe 20. Oops. There we go. Leave 20k in there. Rises up more, great. If it doesn't, I got most of my investment now. I'm tempted to just do a quick flip of this, but how much do I have? 28k? I'll keep it in there for a little longer. Hell, you know what? Buy 10k too. I got a good feeling. Okay. Yo, look at that. Hell yeah. Okay. Quest, medical grade, nerve cluster, okay. Kidney, and gallbladder. Okay. Sure. Open an account. Oh, no worries. Yeah, you do you. As I've said, not your mom or whatever. Still though, fun talking to you. Where's the... Oh, I think someone else bought the nerve cluster. Shame. I think I gotta need a gallbladder? Gallbladder and kidney. Okay. What's a big kidney? I don't really need a big kidney. So that one's cheaper. Okay. Control everything, sure. And... Where the heck is it? If these aren't... Oh! Is that worth it? It's worth it by 800. Oh, this is far better. Okay. Oh, increases in size. Oh, this is good. This is the good shit. Okay, all these are already gigantic, but... Actually, no. You know what? The dog soul could be larger. So yeah, shift wax and souls, I think, are key to just accumulating value passively. Let's see if I can find a good soul that's also tiny. Because increasing the size, does a lot. Ooh, okay, I don't know. Never mind. Say I bought it. Decrease. Missed that shit. Okay, this small nerf, that seems like a good candidate. Yeah, okay. I gotta rearrange this shit. Definitely want the shift wax to maximize its value. Okay, I think the dog soul might degrade for a little bit for a while, but I really wanted to grow the dog soul in the nerf cluster. Claudius and how it contradicts or fits with Seneca's philosophy, or Spinoza's justification of taking things which do not exist. If he insists everything that can exist does exist, and physicalism. My first impulse is to be like, no thoughts head empty, I understood none of that. So I'm trying to interpret it here. Talking of things that do not exist. Huh. I mean, they seem fascinating. The fact that I kind of don't understand the premise of some of them is still... It makes them sound no less interesting. Yeah. Yeah, right on. Hey, well, hey. It would be pretty disingenuous if I was like, no, of course. Yeah, I have no idea. I have heard of Spinoza before, but that's pretty much all I can comment on. Oh wow, it's a, what's it called, a bullish market. Nothing good to invest in though as a result. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, I imagine. Like, just thinking about things that may not even exist. The whole world, even just like the most basic metaphysics I've heard of, which is like Plato and the world of forms, it's just so hard to conceptualize. To be honest though, with Plato specifically, I feel like he's kind of full of shit. Mostly just because I don't like his idea for the Republic, where it's like, awfully convenient for you, Plato, that philosophers will rule everything in the shadows and that you're the only enlightened, exalted ones who can see the real world or whatever. But for the rest of it, I think it's really interesting, and I'd also be interested to see where science sort of, I don't even want to say branched off, because it's still a philosophy, right? But I don't know, just how that relates to metaphysics, right? Because there are some weird fundamental beliefs about reality, maybe not weird, but non-obvious beliefs about reality you'd have to hold for you to want to do the scientific method, right? Like there's an observable universe, or I don't know, that you can get closer to some kind of empirical truth. I don't know. Sounds interesting. That's pretty much where I'm at. Man, I said I was going to stay up all night, but I'm already kind of fading. Well, that would be lame though. I think I got at least a couple more hours in me. Man, am I becoming boomer? I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. I'm not in my boomer phase yet. I can't be. On the other hand, I did walk around a lot today in the sun. I guess maybe I should give myself a bit of a break for that. Still, though, I woke up at like 2 p.m. today, so I really do need to reset my sleep schedule, and kind of the only way to do it is just tough shit out and go a night without sleeping, I think. Unless you want to shift it over to like days and days. I don't even really have a good excuse with Gears 5. I don't think it's particularly anti-capitalist, although it is vaguely anti-fascist, which is cool. It's complicated. It's a bit about before constant systems. You can't know what things are, only how things appear. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like philosophy versus specifically natural philosophy. Sort of reminds me of like behavioralism, like Skinner purist behavioralism in psychology versus like psychoanalysis and other things that have to do more with like cognitive theories of psychology, you know? Um, as in, like, one is very direct about, or strict about, like, what can be considered valid observations. Whereas the other one is more accepting of, like, human thought as not valid evidence in and of itself, but just as it's independent phenomena, you know what I mean? That you can't necessarily read through behavior. I don't know. There's something there. A similar trend, I guess. I only bring it up because, frankly, that's my, I wouldn't even say area of expertise. It's what I'm vaguely familiar with. It's part of metaphysics. Metaphysics is more about what things are. What exists and what does it mean to exist? Ontology is one of the main branches of metaphysics. Huh. So I'm going to be real with you. I've heard ontology before. I think it's like the study of meaning, right? The main context I've heard it on is kind of obnoxious, like debate bro stuff. That being said, coming out of the closet here, I kind of like Vosh. He's my guilty pleasure. But you know, he's problematic or whatever, but he's kind of fun. Exists metaphysics includes as well as types of contradictions. Okay. Oh wow, so it's much broader than just what meanings you assign to things. Okay. I've heard it in the context of ontologically evil. Is one of the major contexts. And like sometimes when people like are really exasperated with a discussion, they're like, man, you know, if I want to actually reach to you where you're at with your whole structure of morality and beliefs, I have to go back and explain ontology. I'm curious what those mean in those contexts, but also I'm aware that that description is far too vague for anyone who hasn't, like, whatever, seen the content to guess at. I don't know. Still, again, like I said, rad in concept. I just wish I understood it. Turn this to window. Back, apply, yes. I don't love how this looks. It's not widescreen enough. That's it. Yeah, a little better. I don't know why it's allowing me to do such precise gradations on the resolution scale. I would really prefer just snap to reasonable ones. Maybe this one? No. Do widescreen, please. Ontologically evil is used in expression of it's not just a perspective, they have a thing in their being or actions that is evil. Yeah, I've heard that sort of mostly in reference to like, well, either hardcore tankies or fascists. Either red fascists or vanilla fascists, really. Where like, yeah, essentially it seems like what gets them up in the morning is the suffering of others. Which, yeah, I think is fair to call that ontologically evil. I think that's not hyperbole. Sounds it, though. It's a bit like when people say for objectively, though with some minimal nuances being different. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Where the hell did my remote go? I realized it would perhaps be more probate to use a mouse and keyboard. However, my brain functions are declining because I'm tired. So I am going to use a controller for less, I don't know, mental processing power or whatever the hell. Board match or whatever. Sure, I got off Humble Bundle or something. YouTube stuff. Very much, well, obviously a different genre. But yeah, really fun. The reason I brought it up is because he did a like this was the one on Soul series. A piece of plastic. And it's kind of a Or is this any better? I think it should be. It looks like cool. Okay. Helps. Not sure. But yeah, alright, yeah, I don't know. I think one thing we sort of breezed past, if you're interested in talking about it, is like, do you think that we'll succeed with some kind of systemic change before capitalism kills us all? I genuinely think it's up for debate. Oh, cool, right on. Yeah, I'm glad it's working. I like Paddock's attitude. He's very red faction. On the other hand, there isn't really a good faction in the kind of groomed. Ooh, that's a new horde map. Oh, I don't know if I can do that. Ultimates recharge fast? Wow, that's actually a buff. Wait a minute, hold on, this doesn't seem that hard. Except for the 3 times damage. I mean, that seems like a bit. But... yeah. You know what? I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I'll probably get my hands, but they don't usually play on this difficulty. But yeah, this is a fantastic game. Even though I don't, love the themes in the same way I do some of the others played tonight. It's just a really, really goddamn satisfying third-person shooter, Yeah, and for that matter, I don't even usually like very large corpro type games. Not even for ideological reasons. I just think they're usually like kind of cash grabs and like hollow, like shitty mechanics and stuff. But man, this series is solid. That and the new Halo. Like, as much as I ideologically oppose them, Microsoft has been doing solid work with it. However, they still destroyed open source software and, like used child slaves for their hardware, so, they can go fuck themselves. Yeah, anyway, I don't know if you're interested, but it sure is on my mind. Whether or not we'll succeed with systemic change before capitalists fuck the earth. Mostly because I've been canvassing, knocking on doors and stuff in this area. I shouldn't dox myself, but it's an area where there's so much pollution, like the tap water is just brown. Like, and sometimes when you go out there, the weather report, where it usually says like partially cloudy and 67 degrees, instead it says toxic. Like ozone toxic warning, because there's like ground level ozone. It's genuinely horrifying shit. And people are rightfully concerned, like the people who live there. But there is a serious mix on like whether or not people are amped up enough to do anything about it. I'm not suggesting. Yeah. I know. People are whack sometimes. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Yeah, I don't know. We may just be screwed. I'm not suggesting they do industrial scale trolling or any such Minecraft TNT shenanigans. However, you would think if you were being actively poisoned by an industry that's right next door, at some point before you die, you want to do something about it, right? I don't know. It's kind of just disheartening to see, I suppose, from my perspective. How has the map been loading for this long? It's been loading for 1 minute, for 20 minutes, I think. Maybe. That could be my ADHD. More like 5 minutes, probably. But yeah, people are often too tired. Pessimist and yeah, that too. Doomerism is quite common for sure, even amongst like well, non-Zoomers, right? Probably wouldn't call it that, but they just sort of like uh, morosely, I don't know, like sort of a combination of tired and sad. There's probably a term for it, but yeah, like just tacitly accept the way things are, no matter how bad it gets. Yeah, it's a shame. And and to your point about being tired, one of my conspiracy theories slash I don't know potentially well documented things I find out like a lot of anti-capitalist stuff is because capitalism is at the root of a lot of problems. Uh, is that I kind of think the 40-hour work week, even though it was a compromise on the part of capitalists, like is only as high as it is now, post-industrialization and digitization and automation and stuff, because the ruling class wants to keep poor folks tired, like just too mentally exhausted to advocate for change. And if I wanted to make a case for that, I guess I'd point to BLM and Antifa and just all the and Occupy and all those big social movements that like took off when people were laid off in large numbers and just had nothing else to do. Like when they had a moment to think to themselves, they were like, shit, I kind of hate the status quo, you know? I'd even maybe point to January 6th, because I do think that the unrest that fascists draw upon are caused by the angst of capitalism, even if they're very, very wrong about the proximal causes. I think it's like Jews instead of just the mundane economic reality of capital. Like, whatever. I forgot how smoothly this controls on controller. Very nice. You definitely do get the vibe that like they designed this console first, but it's not always a bad thing. I mean, for an RPG, I'd be pissed, but for a third-person shooter, you know, console design, like the elegance of it, you know, kind of fits. I will be leaning hard on my teammates here. I'm not gonna be making a good showing, especially because it's kind of laggy with the. You know, I'm already like sandbagging against me losing. That's such a. Yeah, get married. Well, maybe I should switch some of the other ones. I'll protect this person. I hope that's enough. The other guy revives him. Oh shit. I feel bad at it. Well, I guess I'm probably doing more good in the mech than I would outside of it. Yep, oops. Never mind. The people are going down on round 1, which is probably not a good sign for me. I feel like I'm probably worse than if they're willingly doing the super hard difficulty. Then again, maybe they noticed the same thing I did, you know? I don't know. At any rate, is there any thing, wait. Maybe I'll fix that. Oh, what? I got gibbed? Good lord. Whack. Cringe even. Oh well. Anyway, is there anything you feel like talking about? You know, I probably do have more ideas of topics if I really scrape the bottom of the brain pan, but you know. I want this to be interactive and cinematic.
Can I get a hand?
We here at Sonder Studios believe in direct engagement. Well, that's another thing. I hate corpro speak so much, it's unreal. We had this lecture earlier this week on design thinking. I think within the context of like running nonprofits or pitching ideas to them or some social work thing like that. But the gist is well, it was like IDEO, you know, the brand that made Apple's design. Yeah, that's fair enough. Honestly, that's like, are these just AI soldiers? Oh, I'm fucked if it's just AI soldiers. Yeah. All right. Good night, sweet prince. Goodbye. Yeah, listen, that means you're nearing nirvana if you don't, you know, have thoughts on your mind. That's good. I wish I were better at mindfulness. I'm always of the opinion that like people would benefit a lot mentally from like mindfulness and stuff, and yet I pretty much never do it myself. Just don't find the time for it, I guess. Heavy human centipede vibes with their synced movement. I'm glad this game doesn't have that kind of, you know, shock value. I was talking about something before, man. I don't know. Oh right, yeah, IDEO and design thinking. Yeah, just the corporate art style of it just made me want to vomit in my mouth. It wasn't bad ideas per se. It was just, you know, that looping like acoustic guitar riff they play in every corporate pitch with like the whistling in the background. You know, it was just that for like a half hour, and it was like mandatory watching in this class, and I just wanted to pluck my eyeballs out. It was rough. Yeah. Post public. I can make it one more hard match, I think. But then again, is that even useful in resetting my sleep schedule? I don't know. Probably not. Um, you know, maybe I'll go to sleep when you leave. Not to put, you know, too much weight on your shoulders. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just, I guess it was part of the curriculum. You know, it wasn't like everyone at the university has to come and watch. But it was, you know, if you wanted to get attendance for this class, gotta watch this fucking, frankly, I think very dumb IDEO pitch. Uh, maybe that's not very fair. The ideas weren't dumb. I just hate everything about the presentation, and it seems like it's directly counter to the goals of social work to be quoting this hyper-capitalist firm that uses like child labor and has mandatory nets on the manufacturing plants, or suicide nets on like Foxconn uh, skyscraper. You know, it's like just feels gross and wrong. Yeah. I guess it was just a feels thing. Feels over reals, I suppose. But man, rubbed me the wrong way. Hopefully other players join me. I didn't feel like matchmaking. It took like 10 minutes last time, but I do think someone will join. It's pretty fair. Yeah, that too. It was design thinking in as much as it applied to like nonprofits. So instead of like what will make the most money, like in fairness, they did talk about like what will produce the most social good. You know, here's how you iterate while talking to community members. You know, they adapted it. It just was still so clearly, yeah. It was still so clearly like corporo speak. And frankly, I think it's hard to reclaim that sort of thing for good when it's still doing harm, you know? This like ghoulishly cheerful smile plastered over some of the most awful working conditions outside of chattel slavery and sometimes including chattel slavery, you know? And then it's like, oh, this is, I don't know,
We've got 30
how we
seconds
can
to build.
revolutionize the helping profession. It rings hollow when you're literally making a deal with the devil, as far as I'm concerned. On the other hand, maybe I'm being a hypocrite. On some other issues, I have the stance of like, well, you know, it's not what I want, but we live in a messy world and ends justify the means. However, yeah, I don't know. I do think you broadly can't use the master's tools to destroy his plantation or whatever that saying is.
Reloading.
I think there's a lot of truth to it. What's the radar? It's been a while since I played this controller. Okay, so that's where the tap is. One thing that's quite cool about this game is the early. You might not be interested in this at all, but I am. Is early entries in the series were sort of notorious for like starting the whole like all gray. All gray industrial corridors sort of phase in action games that went on for a while. Oh, hi, buddy. This is Vigo, if I haven't introduced him. He's a good boy. Although he's in my way. Excuse me, pal. What was I gonna say? Yeah, all gray corridors, industrial, like, action game. Shit. And then now on their 5th entry, they got like swamps and like colorful marketplaces and bazaars, and they really evolved the aesthetic, and yet it still feels exactly the same.
Reloading.
Like one part, I don't know about you, but one part of video games that's always fascinated me is like just how much art goes into something that like people generally just breeze past in like half a second. I know, right? He's such a good boy. All he wants to do is snuggle. When I go to sleep at night, he meows and meows and meows until I say, okay, Vigo, okay, come here. And it's like, it has to be in the right tone and the right words, because he's really looking for permission, which I respect. You know, consent is good. And then he hops up and sleeps right next to my head, like curled up in a little ball. It's very, very cute. The same formula, different colors. Yeah, yeah. Which you know, on the surface, I guess, sounds like a pretty well, so what type thing, but I think it's pretty impressive to maintain the same aesthetic while changing most things about it, you know. Yeah, part of why I think it's so interesting is it's just like you pour so much like high effort 3D art, you know, into this property where the way most people act with it is like a half second of like maybe back of your mind visual processing data as you run up against the cover of the painstakingly defined moss-covered log, and you're mostly focusing on the weird-looking mole alien on the other side of it, and your brain barely processes it. Yeah, well, that I think it's just an impressive aesthetic thing to pull off, for one, and then also I think it's like remarkable how much work people put in that goes. Oh, well, I guess I got. Shit. I can't believe it's past round 1. Truly a skill issue. I've beaten this on this difficulty before. Good lord. Maybe it's the talking at the same time. It could be a little distracting. Or Vigo. It could be him. Hear that, buddy? You're a menace. I joke, of course. Vigo's clearly a gamer. When I play PS4, on the couch, he sits on the armrest and watches the TV. Yeah, true. You know.
Time's up,
no one has razor sharp reflexes when they're half asleep, for sure. Oops.
One dead shepherd.
Dang, what was I gonna? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I suppose what I'm clumsily trying to get at, I think, is that I think it's really cool how much passion goes into things that are otherwise overlooked, including, frankly, pretty trashy media like the game with the chainsaw bayonet. You know what I mean? Like, and hey, this is part of what happens when I get tired. Not necessarily apologizing, just, letting you know. I don't always necessarily talk like this, I suppose. But it's like,
Oh, I'm just getting started.
oh, look at this particle effect. God damn. I feel like I get, like, slightly stoned, when it's really late at night. Especially when I haven't slept for a bit. Or just, like, exerted a lot during the day. I don't know. Oh, wait, that guy's a chainsaw. I'm not... Fool me once, Anyway, let's see. Insanely well... Exactly, yeah. And then suppose it kind of goes to the point you said earlier, where it's like... There's something... I wouldn't even say sacred, but, like, very important about, like, just human passion and work. And how, I mean, I guess that's what Marx is talking about with alienation. How there's something deeply fucked up with separating someone from what they spend most of their day doing. With control over it, or with profiting off of it, or any of that stuff. It's deeply fucked. I don't know. Give me a few more hours, I'm going to start yammering on about the indefatigable human spirit. I don't know. Like those memes, Yeah, exactly. Human need to create. And I think that is something, like, very, perhaps not uniquely human, but, like, humans maybe do it uniquely well. To have some species-centric pride. Like, sure, finches build, like, little scrap nests, but it's not really on the same level as humans, like, interpreting the world in an abstract way, and synthesizing it with your memories and your social connections, and spitting out something that's totally new. I don't know. It's cool. And I think it shows the inhumanity of the system we live in. That people are so separated from it, And I sometimes sort of, I don't know, poke fun at my own tendencies with, like, society. But really, like, so much angst, I think, is at least in part due to, just being disconnected to those things that just make us human, the things we psychologically evolved for, right? Of having a relatively small tribe of people who you kind of hold things in common with and care about, and maybe even working with other tribes, although I'm not trying to romanticize hunter-gatherer times or whatever. It's like, I don't know, damn. Just sitting around and making baskets sounds really nice to me, and I guess I'm kind of salty that the Puritans came over and ruined everything for everybody, Look, I believe in freedom of religion or whatever, but man, believing that, like, it's sinful to not, like, work will purify you because God decides who's going to heaven by who becomes rich. Like, that whole belief system is just so goddamn toxic. And I mean, I guess it's not just the Puritans, it's like Victorian culture, if you want to take it back a little farther. I think you can make an argument that the Catholic Church was less like that, actually, especially in medieval times. But it's not like they were a force for good. But regardless, like, where it came from, it's just like, man, it's a bummer that's how things are. I think things can change for the better. It's just, it's hard to express what's wrong now, is what I kind of come across, you know? Like, there's some basic things like, man, people shouldn't be starving or out in the streets when there's food and houses. And that stuff, like, most people agree on. But there's more, like, I almost want to say spiritual shit. Yeah, exactly, the Protestant work ethic. Yeah, you know your shit. Where it's like, you know, to explain to someone who is not already a leftist, I would struggle a little to put it in just like conversational language, you know? Now, the least of which because I don't fully understand it probably, but also because, you know, it's a delicate, subtle thing, I think. At least as compared to stuff like, you know, wage slavery. God. We're getting closer to pinpointing our issues. Yeah, true. And I, you know, if there's anything to hope for, I do think that people are becoming more aware of this sort of stuff. You know, class conscious and all. Like if you look at Gen Z and Gen Alpha's attitude to work, it is very encouraging for me as a lazy socialist. And that they think that it's fundamentally just for the rich and very bullshit because there's not even like a false assurance that they will eventually own a home and be able to retire at the end of it. You know, I guess it's supporting the idea that material conditions kind of cause political alignments to a large extent. You know, man, that's where I draw my hope, I guess, is that this misery is pushing people in an actual direction, that it won't all mean nothing, you know? Probably wishful thinking, but it's also the only way I see us getting out of this shit alive, or with a stable ecosphere.
This'll do.
So what are your, like, plans for the future, Benzer? While I'm getting into my hippy-dippy stoner mode. Catholics' entry to heaven was dependent. True. Indulgences were very quick. Agreed. However, I do know a lot of what we associate with fundamentalist Christianity is sort of incorrectly romanticized to being like a really like ancient Catholic Church thing, where it's closer to like the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, mostly in England, that set the cultural template, you know? With this, well, essentially with proletarianization, you know? And the idea that, you know, parents should barely have contact with their kids, and, you know, kids shouldn't interact with people outside of their nanny, and it's just, it's the stuff that is arguably very tactically designed to make people as estranged as possible. They don't organize in shitty factory conditions. Yeah, at least that's my theory.
Nice one.
Essentially removing all human social bonds as much as possible. But also, I could be talking out my ass. It's not like I have a degree in history, right? You probably do know better. But that's just what I heard. From Foucault, pretty much. Although, I know Foucault has had saucy things to say on the age of consent, so perhaps, we shouldn't be taking his word for it on anything. Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Jeez. Yeah, that turned out to be high stakes. Your comment cut off, sadly, but I do think I see what you're saying with, like, the church decides for you, right? You know, there's a structure between you and God. Which I definitely see as being very against what Jesus preached. Although, real talk, okay, not to self-promote, I guess I am. It is my channel, whatever. I'm going to do a video on anarchist themes in the New Testament soon called Anarchrist, and that's kind of part of what I'm going to talk about. Side work, if only, and things. Yeah. Yeah. I can see how it would go downhill from that sentiment. Is all I'll say. Oh, I have plenty of energy. I should be upgrading my shit. Yeah, I know, right? Maybe I'll survive this time.
This'll do.
Maybe. But no,
That'll work.
no fucking promises. Maybe you're talking about Need about the Anarchy. Yeah, I'm excited for it. If I ever get it written. I have like a couple of pages written. What's taking me the longest time is it's actually finding the pages in the brick Bible. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's hilarious. It's a reenactment of like every single goddamn passage in both the Old and New Testament with Legos. And they keep the sex and genocide. And it's just the fucking Legos, and it is very funny in a dark and sometimes crude way. My personal favorite one, and this is quite dark, but is Adam and Eve going at it doggy style immediately after their son Abel was like murdered with a rock, and they're just like both like crying and just like in a very low-key, disturbingly real grief kind of way, and then there are like two panels of them like thrusting doggy style while still like mourning. It's very funny. There are also some that are just straight up very clearly taking the piss at the text itself, which I, as an edgy atheist who hasn't had a bar mitzvah for quite a while, I quite appreciate. Very cool. Like there's this one about, I don't know, how like basically God put authority figures on Earth because God is omniscient. He wanted them there, so don't question them, pretty much. And slaves don't escape your masters, focus on whatever rewards in heaven. And I think they showed like the Nazis and plantation like chattel slavery, respectively, for those two. Over the quotes from Yahweh, which is very subversive, and I appreciate it. Like, God says atrocities are cool. Yeah, very funny. And good satire, as far as I'm concerned. That actually meets the definition, not just the conservative one, where it's like, I'm gonna be racist, and, pretend there's a joke there. What was I gonna say? Shit. Yeah, anyway, it's a great read. I recommend it. However, what I found was, although there are a lot of obviously objectionable parts, like what Christ himself actually said and the way his disciples seem to have personally lived are very in line with like pretty far, like I would go so far as to say anarcho-communist ideas. They were very hostile to the state. They were very anti like commerce and markets, and not really capitalist because that didn't exist at the time, but anti-hoarding of wealth, egalitarian, and they had servant leadership, where basically like the idea is that the lowest social class was the person in charge, and they rotated it very diligently. Columbus's times were pirate priests. Yeah, very interesting, right? Like, and I think, not to be an English lit nerd, but I think it does speak to just the contradictions in every text. You know what I mean? There's a whole field about that. I think it's called structuralism. But yeah, or maybe post-structuralism. But it's fascinating. And the gist is like, you can kind of get whatever you want out of a text, but there are differing validities and different like in-text evidence for any given interpretation. And the flipping the tables, and yeah, exactly. And he also very explicitly said that rich people are going to hell. Jesus didn't mince words. I'll give him that. In fact, the guy Jesus himself seems like a very cool guy. I mostly just have beef with the people who crafted his religion, you know? You know, he gave out free food and health care and hung out with sex workers and was homeless and the cops killed him because he was too much of a threat. Fuck yeah, punk as hell, man. I'm all for that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you worship Jesus because your priest and parents told you to. I I worship Jesus because I think he's metal as hell. We are not the same. Yeah. So that's essentially the video. I guess spoilers. Um, Liberation, yeah, absolutely. And you know, it was a pretty huge thing in the early 20th century. Um, in fact, that I think that was where. Okay, I could be wrong about this. I know for a fact it had a huge influence on the 1905 revolution, which is pretty cool. It was a general strike. Lenin didn't get his evil little hands fucking on it. Tanky ass, you know, stench all over the revolution. Yeah, and so it was pretty cool. It was mostly Christian anarchists. Um, and then also, I think largely the U.S. general strikes in the 30s were Christian anarchists, as well as a lot of the 20s labor movements. But I could be wrong. Because yeah, it was like a lot of like rural, pretty religious people, and it's just the way liberation movements expressed for them was like, man, if you actually read this thing, like Christ is pretty clear we should live in communes, and rich people are going to hell, and like this whole radical kindness stuff shouldn't just be in service of like letting people walk over you, but more in the service of like a kind of passive resistance and stuff like general strikes and anti-racism even, which the AFL-CIO changed a lot after the 60s or so. I read, like, apparently they didn't used to be fucking racist. They used to be actually very, very progressive. But then the fucking, I think FBI raided them or something like that. There's something along those lines where there was like a purge of the anarchists and communists, which obviously wasn't great. Oh, come on, you nerd. Let me change while you. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're very. I'm with. And frankly, I think they could have relevancy today. Like, okay, I go back and forth on this because this could very easily sound like reactionary apologia, and I don't believe in that. They can take their bigotry and blow it out their ass. But, however, I do think there's something to be said for, like, at the very least, the agita, like, that's being used for right-wing populism, like in the angry, kind of middle-class folks, but sometimes lower-class folks, mostly white dudes, that end up getting roped into fascism like idiots, could be harnessed if you speak their language. You know what I mean? And I think their language is probably one of religion. I don't know. You probably can't, reclaim nationalism, right? But if I were to try to, I would focus on the U.S. founding ideals of like freedom and every man is created equal and blah 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 and all the unfulfilled promises of liberalism, right? Like I don't think I have the eloquence or rhetoric or reach to do it, but someone out there, I think, could put a movement together for like people who would otherwise get suckered into fascist thought, like to take their discomfort and their agita and just push it towards actual revolution instead of turbocharged brute lifting like in fascism. Lagging a little. Get back here. Yeah.
Every time. Come get a piece of this, I dare you.
You know, this guy's voice lines aren't very good, but he's the only character I agree with ideologically, you know? The leftist struggle. I mean, like, most of the characters, some of them have a lot of personality, but they work for a fascist regime, like, unequivocally. Most of the arc of the campaign is them, like, learning to rebel, but it's not like they stop working for them, so... But yeah, the Outsiders are based. Despite the world fucking ending, they're like, no, I'm not gonna live in your safe, like, automated walled city, fucking fascist. I will hang your head on the wall if you try to come to my fishing village. And then they did, and it was good. Maybe religion. I vibe with you on using liberal principles. But actually using their promises, though, there are those who call themselves MAGA-con. Yeah, I've heard of that. It's kind of a recent thing, though, right? I could see it coming for a while, though, with, like, Tucker Carlson's vibes. He says vaguely anti-capitalist stuff, and then just implies it's the Jews. It's not like it's actually socialism or anything. It's just... He's definitely trying to channel that energy, though. Like a Wiccan. Compromise their ideas to get right-wing philosophy popularity. Hard line to walk. Yeah, I think the key is, he says, having no practical experience in the field. I think the key is to essentially, like, adopt elements of their language in a way that doesn't sell out the message. Like, maybe that's obvious. Dungeness. Oh, I actually haven't heard of that before. That's interesting. Sounds cool. I mean, probably fucked up. It's related to fascies, but it's an interesting name at the least. Did I just impulsively compliment, like, a fucking sect of fascism? Ugh. It's late. The name is cool, but I'm sure they can go fuck themselves.
Watch it! Watch it! I see you!
Yeah, man, you know, the consequences of having a very type A Jewish mother, yeah. Basically, you gotta, like, be polite and compliment everything. Usually before you think about it. Very cringe. On the other hand, the dinner table debates were fire. I don't know if that's mildly anti-Semitic, but I guess... Actually, you know, it isn't cool, just because I am very Jewish, you know? I wouldn't say it's cool for black folk to internalize racism, right? That being said, yeah, debate culture is definitely a big thing, with my family anyway. Dang, what was I even talking about? Man. Oh, I got him. Yeah, it seems like it would be very, very difficult to market them. They're cringe. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's all I really need to know. Uh-oh. I guess my mistake. God, this goes off. Yeah, I think it really would... It depends on whether or not you can effectively, like... It's essentially crypto-leftism, I suppose, what I'm proposing. I think in some ways there are reasons why I assume there are reasons why leftists don't do it more often. Just because how many, well, smart people have been leftists. On the other hand, this ain't the end of history, and there are always new strats. It's just... I think if people can essentially be tricked into taking, like, collective action, almost by necessity, their bigotry has to decrease.
Hey, we've got 30 seconds.
Like, I guess there are some counterexamples, like, well, like the AFL-CIO. But, I have read a study, like it's just as part of my social work stuff, that one of the most reliable events that might reduce someone's bigotry is standing in a picket line with them, more or less. Which makes a lot of sense, you know? Like, how can you continue to regard someone as inhuman if you depend on them? You have to at least give them enough of a chance to be allies tactically, and that sort of opens the door to humanizing them, right? I do think essentially positive lefty economic action can encourage lefty social perspectives. Maybe it's not a 100% thing, but there at least is research that suggests that they correlate or whatever. Come on, bitch. Oh, yeah, you go. The Retro Lancer has such a more power move animation, and yet you can't really beat the chainsaw. Plus, I enjoy how you can walk at someone slowly and menacingly with your chainsaw. But uh-oh. Yeah, I remember seeing a Twitter post. Cars are socialist. Collectivist and what? Oh, well, I guess if it's anti-car and pro-bike, yeah. I see, because I assumed socialist meant good, but I realized, yeah, the MAGA communist types might not have the same association. But yeah, no, yeah, it is fun. And I mean, look, it is hard to tell fucking satire from sincerity nowadays, just in general. Yeah, that's fair. Man, you know, I don't know. I think it could be done, but I think it would take a very deft touch, and like, and also like someone who's very committed to the cause, you know? Like broadly, I do believe environment shapes the person, and that most people react kind of similarly when given power. But, you know, I don't know. I think if someone was like hypothetically devoted enough to the cause to wield the dark forces of, I don't know, right-wing semiotics without falling to the dark side or whatever, oops, shit, oops. Then, let me in the stupid thing. Let me in the goddamn mech. You nerd. Oh, please. In my mech. I'm upset. I'm having a bad day. Alright, whatever. Okay, right. Yeah, who can be trusted with the rings of power or whatever and not be corrupted. You know, you could probably pull it off. I don't know if that's me. I do care pretty deeply about the movement. In fact, the socialist revolution is probably one of the few things I would die for. That being said, pretending to like or even tolerate conservatives for long periods of time sounds very draining, so man, I don't know. Both a wielding and true. Because it really is an education thing on a certain level, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, on a certain level, reframing it as education, I think, is mainly just the way I've used it is sometimes just to get, like, liberals who think that revolution is all about AK-47s or whatever, and guillotines to be chill and be like, there's a constructive nature to this. But also, there is a very profound way in which, like, it is just, like, helping people realize their own self-interest. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Leave me alone, nerd. Please. Thank you. Um. Yeah, I think there's potential there. Something big if true. But at the same time, it does send a bad message, right? When like you spend more time thinking about how to convert people who are way away from your belief system than people who are just moderates. On the other hand, oh wait, here. Can you get the? Oh, it's energy. That's part of it. To educate, otherwise it makes future fascists. Yeah. People could stray off message if they don't eventually come in mind with like the core egalitarian morals. You know what I mean? Of like that type of political movement. Because you know, even if they're tricked into taking collective action for a time, kind of doesn't matter if they immediately revert to being reactionaries after a revolution. That's a good point. But yeah, okay, so this could just be like, okay, this is something that leftists do that's annoying, and yet I'm gonna do it because I'm human. Wait, is that someone in my Discord? Or is that like a laugh in game? I can't tell. Let me make sure. No, that was mildly unsettling. The voices in my head, they're getting louder. New audio, whatever. I guess. Alright, hold on. I'll check. I'll switch whatever. Yeah, no one else is in here. Okay, yeah, that's good. Probably for the best. Oh, I lost my gun! Lame. Okay, so yeah, this is something lefties do that is deeply annoying, and yeah, I'm about to do it. You know. Welcome to my crazy world. Is they complain more about liberals sometimes than they do about actual fucking fascists, who are like the worst people possible, and or at least produce the worst outcomes possible about that political power, blah blah blah. But like, I honestly sometimes feel like it is almost harder to reach people who are like, I wouldn't even say liberal. I guess that technically is what they are, but like so complacent and centrist that they don't believe anything is wrong, than people who are reactionary and are simply deeply incorrect about what the problems are, you know? And this is just my experience canvassing, and in fairness, this could just be my failing as a canvasser. Maybe this is a skill issue, you know? But like, but it does come up again and again for me, where it's like, I kind of sometimes struggle more to find something to really fire up, like a boomer whose main complaint is, well, you know, I don't like my HOA, who isn't overtly racist or aggressively racist and isn't explicitly fascist, than I do with like, well, fascists are usually pretty stuck in their goddamn ways, but maybe more mild reactionaries, I more often get them being willing to be like, yeah, maybe these aren't the reasons why things are so bad. Maybe gays aren't the reasons that, like, you know, I can't afford a house or whatever. Whereas with people who are like deeply comfortable with the status quo, I almost find it harder to reach them. Yeah, one has an active need to improve things even in a misled way. Exactly, yeah. But you know, of course, there's a lot of variance, right? Like I've talked to moderate folks who at first roll about their HOA, and then it's like, well, you know, isn't it messed up like that your grandkids are just like, God forbid they get sexually assaulted at a college party, that have to bear the kid? You know, we get into heavy stuff, and maybe inappropriate when you're just knocking on someone's door, but I don't give a shit. All of a sudden they're like, oh, well, you know, if it affects someone I care about, maybe Roe v. Wade being repealed is a big deal, blah, blah, blah. Oh, nice. Well, I got a legendary. I didn't get the one I wanted, but can't have it. Can't have it all, I suppose. I guess it comes back to material condition stuff, which is a word I sometimes think is bandied around too much, but I think it is applicable here because, you know, sometimes what makes people easier or harder to convince isn't even necessarily cultural or positions. It's like where they are economically and whether or not they feel that things are bad enough to need to fundamentally change, you know? Which I think falls under the umbrella of material conditions. Yeah. That being said, I think with lefties, it's a bit overwrought that everything comes back around to here's how Marx was right. Yeah. Like, he doesn't need our kudos. He's already one of the most famous economic philosophers of all time. And also, you know, tankies treat him like a god king, and so he's doing fine on terms of praise, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So not everything has to tie back to that, but man, there are a few things he really called. One thing he didn't call that was kind of interesting is why capitalism's still around, basically. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, save the praise for, like, contemporary leftists, right? Chomsky could probably use a pick-me-up. Although I heard he had some kind of cringe takes lately. He kind of fell off or something. I don't know about what. I think it was either the rail strike or the Russia-Ukraine situation. One of the two. I got one more match in me. Oh, by the by, Benzer. Okay, maybe this is. I'm trying to decide if this is too cloying. What do you think I could do to improve the channel? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. On the one hand, I don't want to give it too much thought because when people like worry about getting hyper entertaining-y or whatever, I think it damages it. But oh god, I can barely speak right now. I think when people get obsessed with providing entertainment value, it ruins shit. But also, like, I want to be able to communicate some of this lefty stuff, and also just the, I hope, mental health positive attitude I want to bring to life and shit. And it's just, there's stuff I want to spread here, but I also want, it's also got to be watchable. You know what I mean? Like, I am aware you can't just have good messages and good intent and then spread ideas on a platform just through the power of Care Bear friendship, you know? Although I dislike it, I'm well aware you have to, like, play to the algorithm and or just give people a reason to watch and shit. But, like, I don't know. What do you think? You think genuine strats are where it's at? Or, like, I guess the more effort posting would be good. And basically I'm asking for, like, oh yeah, what's your critique of my channel? Be real. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Probably. I'll I have friends to complain to if I, you know, if it hurts. God. I'm probably being too candid with this. Very tired. There are YouTubers who live from YouTube. There are YouTubers who expect good information. Whether it's properly conveying what you're trying to convey is one thing. Algorithm plans with further reach. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I think it's kind of corrupted. I mean, listen, I hardly think the cause of socialism is furthered by, I don't know, the bourgeois did what? And then like the red circle and the arrow, you know? I have a concise clue about how that stuff works. Don't worry about it. Yeah, right on. Yeah, you know what? I'll permission accepted, you know? Yeah. And you know what? For what it's worth, I think you're probably entirely right. It seems like people who are the most successful on just social media shit in general are people who, I don't know, like sort of integrate it. That sounds very corporate and also doesn't express what I'm trying to say. Who kind of only express stuff that's an extension of their personality. Or genuine, I guess is what I'm getting at. And so although I think there's probably stuff that it's smart to be like a little tactical about, you know, a major part of Marx's arguments is that alienation couldn't have been acknowledged without the industrial developments of capitalism. Couldn't have been acknowledged. Huh. Trying to parse that. Like that it only developed due to the industrial developments of capitalism, but or that people would not have recognized. Because, interesting. My take from his writings was pretty much that, like, not necessarily that, like, oh god, words, can't words. Oh yeah, that alienation was kind of caused by like proletarianization. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we're definitely like I think they're correlated, and he seemed to think they're correlated. Without the industrial changes in forms of production. Yeah, no, for sure. Like he talked specifically, like I think wasn't it about I think it was the steam engine was the big one, and like the mill or something was the difference between imperium and feudalism. But yeah, like how tech and material conditions and shit like shapes social. Yeah. Right. Okay, I got you. Because you know people moved from like these pseudo commune villages to just little apartment squares where you know you don't know your neighbors and you're not allowed to talk to your coworkers because your boss will chew you out and shit. Yeah. Very cringe is how I would describe that whole process.
Moving the fabricator.
Yeah, anyway, I the impression I get from success. Well, but here's the thing, though, right? Like, okay, so this is the sort of thing actually that Infinite Jest touches on. Think you were the fella I talked to about Infinite Jest? Yeah, pretty sure. God, it's late. His acceleration and argument is hard to contend with for many reasons. Yeah. I mean, largely just because it's such a large time span, and in some ways it's such a wide generalization. But I think it is pretty sound, you know. I agree with the vibe. All right, yeah, this sort of goes back to what I was mentioning about Infinite Jest. Well, actually, maybe I didn't mention this about Infinite Jest. Regardless, one of the major themes in that book, part of what makes it cool, is sort of this question of like, I don't know, like, is there any true self? Like, is there any even existence outside of being perceived socially? Is sort of a major thing. It sort of ties into like postmodernist stuff where it's all about lenses of interpretation. I guess right. So that's why I think the YouTuber stuff relates to, right? Is like what I was gonna say is I think like the impression I get from a lot of successful folks is that it's very natural and genuine. But I think honestly, I think that probably being natural on camera is something that takes not necessarily artifice. Some people are more competent than others. And it doesn't bother me a ton, but like 100% ironing it out so that like you're just not acting different at all is something that like requires you to be very zen about not thinking about what you're not thinking about. Very studiously ignoring the whole topic. I don't know. I'm getting fucking lost in the sauce here with I guess it's metacognition. Is that the term? I don't know. The image of being natural, absolutely. And he has this whole essay called "E Unibus Plurum," which it's a little weighty, but I'd still recommend it. It is like 70 pages, but it's a good one. It's a banger, and it involves like leftist stuff too, which is cool, like co-opting and shit. Yeah, right. Like, I mean, what is authenticity on a certain level, right? If it's just total lack of artifice, often the lack of artifice is people being a little like not themselves on camera, you know? He talks about like in the context of TV, but speculates about how it might have a future in the internet, and he was very spot on with that too, despite sadly not really surviving to what we think of as the internet age. He killed himself in the early 2000s. It's actually a really sad story too. His meds were working well for him for his like depression, and his psychiatrists were like, these are like old like lithium, heavy duty style antidepressants that have like real side effects. We can do better. And then they tried a new one, and it didn't work. And they put him back on his old one, and then it no longer worked, which is a real phenomena with some like meds, just because it's such a crude science still, you know, especially neurology, and yeah, and then he just like sort of withered, got skinnier and skinnier. His parents moved out to live with him, but just one day he killed himself. And, yeah, very sad. Oh, Jesus, goddamn. I gotta get off that doomerous fucking misery topics.
Are you kidding me?
Right, yeah. Anyway, in this essay he talks about like the mega gaze and how like it's this just level of social pressure that in some, it kind of goes into evolutionary psych, but I think it's valid. Where like, it's this level of social pressure that rightfully ancient humans probably regarded as a life or death situation. Because if you post cringe in front of the whole tribe, you know, you're fucked, right? That's your lifeline. That's why he talks about how that's like a decent speculation as to why people are so afraid of public speaking, which I think is at least sounds plausible. I suppose I don't have evidence, but yeah, and the whole idea of like the combined social pressure of like anywhere from 1 to like several million people in most people's minds is deeply intimidating, and with decent reason. Yeah, very interesting essay. It's not just that like, oh, socialization's scary. If anything, it's the opposite of that. It's just that like this is a form of social interaction to which our brains are very poorly adapted. And like, it makes sense that it freaks people out, and also I can only imagine how much worse it will get when the internet can upload videos, and boy was he correct. I mean, like, I don't know. I think of stuff like Inside or TikTok. I mean, YouTube has a lot of the same shit, but I feel like newer iterations on social media have that sort of like weird atomization. Man, maybe I'm just fucking boomer posting here. I don't know. Goddamn. I can't tell if this is like an insightful discussion of how tech has impacted culture or whatever, or if it's literally just me being like, you guys, you know, iPhone's bad. Have you considered that? It's kind of like, I genuinely don't know which direction I'm headed in here rhetorically, but whatever. The point is, I think you can make an argument. Whatever weird thing is going on, it's getting worse. Yeah, for sure, and just creates a very, well, like, look, parasocial relationships, right? And just the weird relationship people seem to have to socialization and clout overall, you know?
Can't wait to try this one
I
out.
don't know. Maybe it's just being a teenager, though. Like, a lot of people in Gen Z who are really immersed in tech, I guess younger Gen, I'm technically part of Gen Z, but younger folks who are more into it than I am. It could just be them being teenagers, you know, is the other thing. On the other hand, yeah, I imagine having an attention economy combined with, like, corporations' algorithms are, like, shaping most of people's, like, reward structures. Like, just every little drip of dopamine from when they wake up to when they fall asleep, you know, is, like, probably not great. There's probably something wrong with that. On the other hand, you know, you can make the argument that although it's kind of a racist measurement, it probably does measure something. IQ has been increasing generation over generation, and Gen Z is very based in a lot of ways. Both politically and I think just in terms of cultural zeitgeist. So, like, maybe it's not such a bad thing, who knows? I think you can make a strong argument, though, that mental health-wise, it's probably not an uncomplicated good. Wow, I said a mouthful. Maybe I should just fucking save this for, like, an essay now. You know what? I could always use, like, audio to speech or some shit. I decide I need a paper. Come on. Yeah. This game is incredibly hyped. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to get a whole panel of interesting folks on these types of streams. Yeah, for sure. And I think, like, I don't know, I genuinely would like to hear other people's sort of just almost free associative thoughts here, because I think that's how a lot of creativity happens, for one, but also just because I think it makes for more interesting dynamic, and yeah, blah blah blah.
We've got 30 seconds for reinforcements.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should see if some folks at my social work thing want to come on, shoot the shit and play video games, and I guess talk about, like, leftist theory, you know? Could be a good time. For that matter, I think it'd be pretty cool to have folks just, you know, I think you've had a pretty interesting contribution to this conversation so far, even though it's a little, I guess, lopsided due to format, you know? I would definitely be happy to have you on for whatever the hell. I guess it's a podcast. I just don't want to accept that I'm a fucking
Hang on, I'm coming.
white 20-something, I guess. You know. You know, I'll stick to the last of my gamer creds. Say it's open discourse stream. That sounds chic.
Come get a piece of this, I
Yeah, it'll be a cold day in hell before I admit I'm doing a podcast.
Eat shit and die!
I mean, okay, I know I'm being kind of a dick to everybody who makes a podcast, man. Like, you know, follow your bliss. There are quite a few of them I like, especially Radiolab. Radiolab's the shit. Those revisionist history, that's pretty good. Doing the work, although it's kind of social work specific. They had a member of the Black Panther Party on last week, which is really fun. They talked about how, like, if you actually want to do social work, you have an obligation to be like an active revolutionary and not just, you know, not just posting on social media about it, but like doing the in the ground organizing work. With the basic reasoning being, like, if you care about shit like, I don't know, fucking the foster care system or welfare or, you know, all these things that social work is oriented around, like, you necessarily have to be actively working to change broken systems that are making them worse. Which there's a lot of truth to that, I think. Sadly, my class didn't really see it that way. I sometimes get mildly weird looks when I go on fucking screeds about, you know, how we need revolution now, when they're just trying to talk about, I don't know, behavioral theory and training rats. Still, I think it's saying something that I've maybe found my calling. Oh, you'd be interested? I can, I'll post it in the chat in a hot sec. Maybe after this wave. I'll remember, I promise. My ADD isn't that bad. But yeah, like, I think it's saying something that I've somewhat found my calling, at least. Like, there are a half dozen people in every class I go into who are like, fuck yeah. Furthermore, you know, like, the continued existence of capitalism is genocidal, and we have to stop pretending it isn't. And it's like, yeah, preach. True. Yeah, see, this voice line's very boomer pilled, in my opinion. Perhaps I already asked you this, but yeah, what's your plans after college, after you graduate? Of course, I mean, you don't have to tell me. Once again, you know, not your mom, A, and B, you know, it is online. Like, gotta know where your, whatever, privacy boundaries are. Ooh, but I'm interested in knowing. Oh, I want the Scorcher. The Scorcher's really good. Give me that, please. Thank you. Excuse me, where did the Scorcher go? Pardon me. Thank you. Wanna work for you? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, grad school is usually a good call on its. Oh, no, I have. Is very often a good call when the economy is kind of in a slump. Yeah, hey, well, you know what? That's wise. Like, I feel like when people have really solid plans, you know, in chaotic periods in their life, like, well, like undergrad and grad school, I'm not out of it yet. I feel like having concrete plans is just asking for disappointment, you know?
Stop upgrading.
Yeah. So it's wise, I think, keep them flexible. Man, yeah, if I really doubled down on my desire to be a neurologist, I'd probably be very unhappy right now.
I found it. It's mine. We can do this, no matter how much shit they throw at us.
But yeah, personally, I'd love to be able to do like talk therapy on the side. just because, well, maybe this is TMI, but my own therapist, frankly, is like 3 years older than me, I think. And we're very similar in quite a lot of ways. And, I mean, listen, I respect him a whole lot, but I could do what he does. Not in like a condescending, oh, it seems so easy way, but in like a, you know, it seems like my jam kind of way. Oh, thank God. I think I've never been rescued from that guy by AI. I think only players apply DPS fast enough. Oh, wait, shit. Ooh, I hope that's not the other player. I feel pretty bad. Oh, no. Rip. Alright, well. Sorry, buddy. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Fuck. Man. AI, please. No, no, no. Okay, well, now I have time to link the Black Panther podcast. I have 3 viewers. The power's already gone to my head. Doing the work podcast. Black Panther. I think, oh, is this a second Black? I think this is different. This is a second Black Panther. Oh no, they're just discussing Black Panther Party. It wouldn't surprise me if it were, there were 2, but it doesn't seem like this one is. I think the title was The Charge is Genocide. Because it was about Jalil Muntakim. Recharge Gen. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is it. It's obviously kind of a heavy one. If I recall, it's like the last hour or so, it gets really anti-capitalist and very fun. But the whole thing is neat, if you ask me. The guys are pretty insightful. There's some things I disagree with them on, obviously, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, he's very neat. But anywho, yeah, I hope to one day do therapy on the side to pay the bills. And then, yeah, of course. And then also, you know, maybe be a union organizer. You know, that's what I'm really passionate about, but like, it kind of pays jack shit. And I would like to be able to do it pro bono, you know? I suppose if I have the stomach for more academia after this MSW, I might go for a law degree, because labor law is like pretty important to actually protecting interests of collective action. That, and I enjoyed Better Call Saul, so you know, it's like a sound reason for career decisions, I think. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, cool world. I really dislike that enemy. That feels very non-interactive. But yeah, I know, right? I'm hyped about it. I have like these kind of more out there plans that are unlikely to happen, but that would be really cool. I always have a half dozen creative projects that I start and then don't finish. Yeah, there's this labor organizing tool I've been working on for a little bit called Rabble Rouse, where the gist is it's like custom agitprop that has like QR codes on it, and you get sent these big like concealable packs, and you put them up with this really pain in the ass to remove glue, and they're like laminated and shit. And it's just all in all, very hard to remove them for an employer. And you put them up in a bathroom or something. So like, if you want to organize, but you're afraid of personal risk exposure before you get like the numbers to intimidate your boss, like you don't even have to worry about it, you know? And maybe if I get my shit together enough, it could also like be like a full 501c3 nonprofit or workers co-op, or I don't know, where like where you actively mentor people on a case-by-case basis, which would make the idea less scalable, but I could definitely see being useful. I don't know. When I tried to organize myself at this previous job at like an dementia home that I worked at for a while, I kind of quickly found that as much as I love the IWW, maybe partially because they're anarchist and it's kind of like a, you know, educate yourself type attitude, it was a long process to get advice for them on how to unionize and to find resources and stuff, and it took a lot of investment. And I figure someone who's like, there are a lot of people who would unionize if it were easier, you know? Okay, right on. Thank you, by the way. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. But yeah, no, I think there's something there. I feel like occasionally there's this attitude with people where it's like there's an assumption that if people believe in something, they'll do it. Like that I think is just a fundamental misunderstanding of human behavior. I probably won't put this very eloquently, but basically, I think people sometimes assume that people they act 100% according to their beliefs and, you know, what's in their best interest, without taking into account the fact that day-to-day life is fucking hard, and it sometimes, you know, takes a lot of effort just to get out of bed in the morning, let alone do something that's good for you. And that goes double for stuff like unionizing, right? Where is actually kind of a risk of failure and harm, you know, if things fail. Okay, so, well, look, goddamn, you know, I'm gonna stop apologizing for rambling, at least until I forget about this pledge I'm making to myself. But, however, yeah, that's where I got the idea was, like, I was reading this stat that's, like, pretty widespread. Like, I think it was multiple sources, where it's majority of folks in the United States, which is a very fucking capitalist brainwashed country. Despite that, the majority of people said they thought that unions were a positive force overall and increased income inequality, which, like, yeah, that's just factually true, but it is impressive to me that so many people believe that, given how brainwashed our country can be sometimes. And it was that, like, percentage, I think it was high 70%, maybe even 80%, like very high union approval rate, combined with the fact that we have like a 10% like private sector unionization rate. It's really bad. And a lot of the public sector unions that's higher are fucking police unions, which, you know, I think that probably don't count. Not just because they're class traders, obviously, but like also because they have a lot of institutional backing, blah, blah, blah. They work in the favor of the bourgeois, etc. And I thought that difference was really interesting, and I still think it's kind of unexplainable unless you assume, like, okay, there's clearly like some disconnect between what people believe and like abstractly want and what they're doing. And I think a lot of the time that difference has to do with convenience and ease of access. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like this stuff sounds like kind of like tech bro-y, like, you know, we're revolutionizing X, Y, and Z by making it easier to order a pizza shaped like Garfield or whatever. But at the same time, with something like collective action, like, shit takes effort. And I think that statistical gap has to mean something. Because it's very consistent and it's confusing otherwise.
Half a minute left. Get
I
ready.
suppose it's just a conjecture. It's not like I've done research on it, but whatever. The point is, I think it's compelling, and you know, there's got to be something there. Yeah, I kind of refuse to believe that if it weren't much easier to unionize, way more people would be unionized. Like even without a shift in just whatever class consciousness or um, pro-social belief.
We've got company.
Just because even from like the self-interest perspective, most people think it's in their self-interest to be in a union. They're just clearly either intimidated into not doing it, or they find the process too hard, or like both. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, right? So, and those are eminently solvable problems. It's just I haven't seen anyone do it. Which to an extent makes sense. I mean, there's not a lot of money there, just due to the nature of fucking wealth redistribution. But you know, there are a handful of, yeah, maybe that's inappropriate, but righteous Gentiles, so to speak, who like care enough about ending awful social conditions, who also have social power. It might be a tough sell to fucking like wealthy liberals, but hell, I don't know. Maybe not even. I could definitely see pitches that would resonate. I probably shouldn't talk about how, but I actually do have limited personal contact with some members of the U.S. bourgeois. And I mean, they're not all mustache-twirlingly evil. What I think they overwhelmingly are, though, is apathetic and unaware of some of the worst consequences of their whole economic system. Just like, it doesn't even cross their mind, you know? Which hardly means they're innocent, but it does mean that, like, there's a chance they would actually support, maybe not an abolishment of their power, but at least building worker power apart from them if it can be proved that, like, the type of hegemony the capitalists have held so far has led to shit like Trump and just the resurgence of fascism and stuff that they unequivocally do not like. I don't know. Something there. I don't know what, though. But yeah, I don't know. I made a prototype website. I haven't found like a company that can produce labels yet, although I haven't really looked. It's like maybe a quarter or an eighth of the way to like what I would consider functional. But I think the idea at least is solid, and it's something I would like to see in the world. The only thing is I suck ass at programming. The few programmers I know from undergrad are very busy and very well paid. And although they're willing to do a solid for an old friend, they are not like willing to do work that, you know, they would normally charge $200,000 for. So, you know, that limits me a little. Like, the pre-made tools are fine, but I struggle with them, and also there's a lot of stuff I just don't know how to do. Like, for example, setting up like a dynamic, a way to like procedurally generate basically the QR code, like to a given person's whatever, to a given URL address. It's probably relatively simple coding. Man, maybe I should look on Fiverr. Yeah, see, I'm just thinking out loud here. Who knows? Maybe I'll actually get something done. Yeah, my problem with this sort of stuff before is this isn't my first idea for either, an organization or, back before I was a leftist, a fucking business plan. I've always wanted to do this stuff, and I guess it's like an American dream thing. It's wanting to claim my independence by fucking engaging in a gross-ass market, but in this case, at least I'm trying to channel it towards it pro-social ends, and, I think it has merit. Even the business stuff, I actually think kind of could be turned towards, like, honestly, like borderline revolutionary tools, Not like it would do anything single-handedly, but like that, given the right amount of enthusiasm and the right crowd of people, could at least help them. Maybe I shouldn't be spilling all the secret sauce in just a random stream, but yeah, I don't know. If there are any comrades out there who want to work on this stuff with me, that'd be dope. If you're a capitalist who wants to steal it, I copyrighted it, nerd. Don't. If you're a comrade, don't worry about intellectual property. Do your thing. But Microsoft, like, fuck off. Yeah, I don't know, there are a couple others. There's like stuff for building affinity groups based on psych research to like match sort of nouveau tribes together, There's not a ton, but like a fair amount of existing research on what on what type of personalities like just sort of get along. And this isn't like Myers-Briggs pseudoscience stuff, although it is soft science, to be clear. It's science at the end of the day. It has been repeatable at least. The 5-factor personality model specifically, and like 3 of the factors are pretty repeatably like correlated with close relationships, and I figured, you could use that with a combination of like shared interests and geographic proximity to like pretty easily and quickly match people up. You can make an argument you could just as easily do this through a platform like Facebook, and that's true to an extent, but I mean, I guess you can probably imagine why I think that would invalidate some of it. It would be sort of giving up the ghost right away and getting co-opted by capital right away. I'm sure they would defang it in however they could. But I do think, like, I think, like, computers, the internet at large, just the tremendous wealth of data we have and the ability to network is seriously underutilized by a political bloc, leftists, who rely almost entirely on, like, networking and social connections and communication. And on the one hand, I see the rationale for like old guard folks who, want to stick closely to like the tried and true methods, especially considering how alienating so much of capitalist-controlled internet is. But also, it's such an obviously powerful tool, and it could automate a lot of what is hard about organizing. And I just haven't seen anyone do it. And so, if no one continues to do it, perhaps one day I will. We'll see if I can get my shit together first.
This is gonna be fun.
But yeah, anyway, welcome to my TED Talk. Unironically, I actually also kind of want to do a TEDx talk. If you can't tell, I got plans on the go, which I also very rarely follow up on by the fact that, probably tell by the fact that, I'm just vibing playing video games for most of the night. Presumably, I probably have a more high-stakes stuff to be doing, I guess, if I was successful at any of these plans, but, nothing wrong with chilling and playing a video game. Something anti work culture. I don't know. Gaming is an act of resistance, or at least I'll pretend it is. Yeah, I don't know. Finding a way to follow up on those ideas would be really, really cool. I essentially want to make sure they're grassroots, even though there probably are capitalists who are like friends of friends who I could pitch it to and get orders of magnitude more money. Obviously, given the nature of these ideas, I kind of feel like there would be conflicting interests, suffice to say. I do think capitalists can probably be tricked, or at least convinced of funding righteous, but like, you know, personally disadvantageous action, especially if they hold generally libertarian values. However, starting out like that seems like a really, really dumb idea. So, I guess what I'm waiting for is to find equally talented comrades who are good at the things I'm bad at. Like, I don't know, marketing and networking and... Actually, I'm not awful at networking. I'm not awful at marketing either. I'm very bad at UI design, though. I got a lot of gaps in my knowledge, which I think is normal, but, you know, you gotta find someone who specializes in that shit then. Okay, what time is it? 1:11? Man, maybe I will make it. I'm still feeling kind of chipper. I was feeling tired earlier. Maybe I'm burning the midnight oil now. What shall I play? I do not know. That's one of my favorite voices to do. I don't often get an opportunity to do it. It's like the 1920s, like radio announcer voice. Man, that voice has moxie. Yeah, but you know, there's not usually occasion to bust it out. Not that this was really even an occasion to bust it out, but do I really need an occasion? You know? Yeah. If I make it up all night, all right, I'm promising aloud to myself on stream, I will do some weightlifting and maybe a light jog. You know, I owe it to myself to get in shape if I stay up all night playing video games. And it'll probably also keep me up through work tomorrow if I get a little blood pumping. So I'm pinky promising myself that. We'll see if that means anything at all. Debatable, you know. Oh, you know, they added mod support to Warhammer 3, and they also added the Immortal Empires campaign. It's actually very, very well optimized. Oh, shit. Lame. Very, very well optimized. You know, like shockingly so, considering it's like hundreds of factions each turn, you know. And they have a mod workshop, which makes me wonder, is there a ANCOM or libertarian socialist faction that they added that I can join to literally LARP as the world burns around me? Because that would be nice. That would be cool. You know, on the one hand, I'm very obviously aware of what is unproductive about this. On the other, you know, you gotta motivate yourself to continue living somehow, right? You know, gotta take a little bit of joy when you can get it. I take a little bit of joy out of constructing a fantasy world where people are treated decently, you know? Which is wild and silly, I know. What can I say? I'm you know, just a silly little revolutionary over here. So, oh, that's some of these seem very cool, but if I get even slightly sidetracked, I know myself. I'm gonna completely forget what I came here for, which is a liberatory faction. Anarchy. More shadowy dealings. Oh, it's because create anarchy is one of his powers, which is kind of accurate. Not really. As with most whatever colloquial usages, people get the meaning of anarchy wrong. That really grinds my gears. Socialism, maybe. Radius Total War is really good. I just kind of doubt it has anything to do with socialism. But you know what? It showed up. How about popular all time? Still that, huh? Okay. Where is socialism? Oh, social media. I'm gonna shit a chicken if that's all there is. That would be irritating. Whoa, cringe. Utterly yikes, even. Socialist? No. How about Mach? No. No. How about Zapatistas? No. How about Catalonia? No. I made myself sad. Why can't more epic gamers be for radicals, anarchist communism, you know? Why? I find it upsetting and insubordinate and churlish. Fuck. Alright. Oh, you know what game might have some good on-theme mods? Is, RimWorld. There's also DLC coming out for it soon, which I'm very, very excited about. It's literally the sex expansion. Well, I guess reproduction, technically, but whatever. It's very wholesome, the baby part. But I mean, in a less wholesome and unrelated to the fucking babies way, add kinky sex. Because I'm a sick frick. I like a quick frick, you know? Kanye said it best. There's a workshop. See, because the reason I think that this might have some cool stuff is because there was an ideologian, which is like a portmanteau of ideology and religion. Ooh, Rimworld Multi. Oh man, I gotta play that. One of my brothers. We do not support this model workshop. Okay, whatever. Still, maybe a good idea later. Ideology monkey style. Yo. Return to monkey. That's so true, man. I will say, I'm not an anarcho-primitivist. However, Ted Kaczynski will have been empirically correct if we end up ending the goddamn species over, like, oil. I am much less, proving my message. FBI, in Minecraft, in Roblox, as a prank. Okay, anarchism. A Rimworld of Magic. Blackguard class. Evil. Anarchy is evil. You hear that? Wow. Champions of evil. Good, nice meme. Guess it's from D&D. I do like D&D. Communism. Communism ideology, yeah. Arsenal ideology. Arsenal revolution. Oh, I already installed that. Me minds think alike. God, I'm tired. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, ew! Ew! Stalin! Ew! Yucky. However, update on International Workers' Day is cool. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on this shit. I strongly dislike the Stalin bit. However, a heavy Kalashnikov bolter does sound kind of cool. And it is premised around attacking royalists, who I suppose are the lesser of two evils. Oh well. How about Arsenal of Ideology? Oh, they have the Confederacy. If they have the Confederacy but not the Anarchy A, they have the Gears logo, like the game I just came from, which also means fascism. Lovely. Okay. They also got Antifa. I'll give them that. And that does look like a syndicalist hammering gear. Okay, maybe. And that I think is the Minutemen, who are kind of like low-key ANCOM. But yeah, wow. That's very cringe. Communism is troopers. Oh, okay. The horrible. It's the Confederacy of StarCraft 1. It's still a little tasteless, but it's not evil, I suppose. Not the same level of irritation I would have at unironic like Neo-Confederacy worship. So I suppose as long as they're a fictional faction, it's not as bad. I just don't like how closely communism is associated with red fash. It's really just they just really monopolized the symbols, didn't they? Ideology. Organic ideology. Some of these are pretty cool. Ideology revolution. Yo, that's cool. I guess I already subscribed. Man, I went on this search before. God, maybe I gotta lay off the weed. Like my memory is usually better than this. On the other hand, I haven't smoked in a while, so I suppose this is just being stupid. Whatever. Altruism meme? That seems kind of cool. Yeah, I'll add that. Technology unleashed buildings. Vanilla expanded is generally where that's at. Yeah, maybe it's some. Yeah, maybe ideology expanded is already enough. Memes and structures. That's annoying. I should go back and actually check. Like, there is a good chance that they already have a lot of what I would really care about. So, yeah. These are just for different languages, I guess. Yeah, organic ideology seems neato. Mosquito as well. Yeah. Mixed ideology. New incident will happen when we'll pick a range of random precepts from the other ideology. This seems complicated, and like I will probably end up using console commands if it doesn't go my way, to be honest, just knowing myself. However, they do seem like interesting systems. Remove means, remove insert precepts. Okay. That's nice. They support Ukraine. Which obviously I'm not a huge fan of the Ukraine state, in case it needs to be said, but man, yeah, opposing imperialism kind of comes first. I do like the idea of people having dissent. On the other hand, if it's dissent away from a pretty dope, like, from a dope one that I custom make to be my anarcho-communist utopia, I might be a little less down with that. Rimworld, hello, I'm sweaty. Oh my god, I'm so hyped for the biotech expansion. You know what? I'm gonna do some research on Google right now. Biotech expansion Rimworld. I know it's sometimes this month. It would be an incredibly baller move if like it released a day after they announced it. That would be amazing. I suppose they just ought to have patience, you know. Probably for the best that I actually wait until like I have a break from classes, you know, to really dive into it because that shit's addictive. Also, it's just a beautiful soundtrack to this game. If you haven't played it, highly, highly recommend. And I think it's genuinely a great story generator, which is, I guess, the subtitle. But uh, it might seem like a pretty odd thing to call a game about, like, you know, colony management at first, but just the way its emergent systems creates unique events is. I'm trying to think of any other game that does it like it. It's almost one of a kind. Maybe Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, maybe Dwarf Fortress. But regardless, it's really genuinely cool, and I have wanted to write short stories based off of shit that's happened in this game, and you know, I don't know if I can give a higher praise than it's sparking the imagination like that. Very cool. Am I still streaming? Hmm. Oh, I am. Look at that. Store chat. Yeah, no one said anything. That's fair. Nothing's really. Oh, bye bye. No, the one viewer left. C'est la vie, c'est la guerre, really. Views. Well, views are going up nicely. You know what? I'll switch to that chart. It makes me feel better. Comment viewers, concurrent or chat rate. Yeah. All this feels kind of navel gazing-y, you know. It's funny. I got a small amount of buzz on Reddit. Maybe people just didn't stay when they dropped in. It's understandable. People got schedules, and it is also 1 p.m. Um, I guess Australians could be online, but probably not. Yeah, who knows? C'est la vie, c'est la guerre. Like I was saying before, you know, I think it's gotta, if not come from a totally natural place, I think being a YouTuber, such as it is, if it's even something I would really want to be, because god damn the cringe levels associated with that. Did I just close my streaming? No, I didn't. Okay, I'm not dumb. Or I am dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Not in that specific way. Uh, Mod settings. Fact that I can't open the mod menu, Bob. Maybe it's just loading. I feel like it depends on like making content, which by the way is such a flaccid word to describe any artistic medium. Like it literally just means, oh, it's not an absence of space. It is the, it's like media. It's like it's what it literally means is just like the stuff in between. But which is whack. Very very cringe terminology. But yeah, for it to come natural, or for you to keep at something like this shit, I think it's gotta be not natural then easy, you know. So really, the amount of viewers hardly matters, as long as it's, you know, I don't know, whatever. Wearing in the shoe for further adventure. I don't. That fucking simile got away from me. Blue shoe EB. I don't think that's mine. Anarcho-communes might be. Whoa. Load mod list from save, I guess. Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, I probably ought to think less about the fucking metrics and stuff, and just think about, you know, how to make this worthwhile for me and for whoever he is watching. It's just so tempting, you know, to obsess over progress. Maybe video games did that to my brain, right? I think an XP bar to everything, right? An end state. I think there's something to be said. Well, okay, like every ideology can be used for bad things, but I think Buddhism has a lot of very profound stuff in there, you know? Especially like the idea of the thirst and how like overcoming that is sort of the key to easing suffering, where it's essentially the idea of viewing the universe as a process versus like viewing it as a to B task to be completed, you know? Probably not expressing it very well. If you're interested in this sort of stuff, I recommend you look into Alan Watts. He's really cool. He gives just very, very powerful lectures on the subject. How long is this going to take to initialize? Oh, well, there. Yeah. That's a shame. Yeah, maybe I will go to bed. I may have to admit my mortality here. Well, I'll probably be on tomorrow night. I'll essentially end up waking up early, relatively, for work, and so I probably will have the energy afterwards, I think. I don't know. My brain's broken. I can't think anymore. Yeah, no thoughts had empty, to be honest. Is there anything else I want to say? Not really. Anarcho-communism's cool. Read the bread book if you want. I mean, I'm not your mom, but I do have a series on it. I think makes it a little more consumable because I read it in a cowboy voice, and I think that's fun. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know. Man, Do I still have to follow that pinky promise? Like, go on a brisk jog tomorrow? You think? I'm already trying to talk my way out of it. There's just no excuse though. The gym is right across the street. It's really nice. It's got a rock climbing wall treadmill. I've never seen one before. It's really cool. And if I get up real early, or even just around noon, there'll probably be no one there. Maybe right around. People might take their lunch break to go to the gym, but whatever. 11. I should have it to myself. So there's really no excuse. I hope you're enjoying watching me trying as hard as I can to not do self-improvement. Yeah, shit. Nah. Probably ought to do it. What else? I got more book recommendations, I guess, if you're looking for them. How to be an anti-capitalist in the 21st century. I haven't gotten too far through it, but it's very good so far. Very concise, you know. In fact, it's kind of what I've been looking for is like a new Communist Manifesto sort of thing. It's very dope. There's also Humankind, which I think is technically one word, but it's like kind is in a different font. It's about like the inherent kindness of humanity and how much more than like a ruthless Darwinian survival of the fittest, it's more accurate to talk about like our anthropological history through a lens of like essentially tribal communes, which did fight with each other and had plenty of toxic practices, but which were fundamentally not the like Hobbesian individualist myth we have nowadays of how like nature was. It's just inaccurate. Uh, a good book in its own way. I have mixed feelings on the other book by the author that my mom sent to me, which is a utopia for realists, where I think the reason she sent it to me was like, yeah, you know, all that wild anarcho-communism stuff. Check this guy out. He suggests that the world might heal itself by us boldly standing up and doing nothing. So I find that a little cringe. I didn't even get through the intro, but maybe I should give it a shot. And the author is certainly skilled. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Uh, there's also a book on cults that I find very fun. But I also stopped reading it after the Caleb Maupin stuff came out. It just made me feel a little ill. I don't know. It just felt gross. It felt too real. You know, I read it at first. It seemed almost like pulpy fiction. You know, sometimes when you enjoy true crime, there's a little bit of dissonance. You can kind of forget that it's real. But yeah, no. When someone who pretends to be your political alignment very, very poorly, admittedly, and then pulls that shit, it becomes a lot less fun. So, yeah. Oh, The Dispossessed is also a banger, but I'm not through it yet. Why the fuck am I giving book recommendations? Man, I guess my closing thoughts are organize your workplace if you wanna. If you get more money, get more rights, bring democracy to the workplace, that sort of thing. Maybe one fine day we'll have a general strike and leave all this capitalist bullshit behind. Yeah, I hope everyone has a good night, or whenever you're watching this, if anyone watches this thought at all. So yeah, that's it.